Good morning, everyone. I call to order the Tuesday, January 27th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And I ask you all to rise and join Representative Tom Corman as he leads us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope everybody successfully dug out from yesterday's monster storm. At least it was a monster in my part of the world. We got about 20 inches in Epping, so I had to make 3 passes on the driveway over 2 days to get it done, but it's done. So here we are. We're going to hear several bills today, 4 bills, 2 this morning, 2 this afternoon. And then at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to have an executive session to start passing some judgment on some of the bills that we have before us. I'll remind members that we have to get through these bills, 12 of them, before February 11th, because they are early bills that have a February 12th deadline. So we're going to try to mow through these as quickly as possible so that we don't miss the deadline. And if we have time, we may take a caucus at about 11:45 before we break for lunch for the majority members. That's not carved in stone, but we'll see how that goes. So let's get started. Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, I overheard you saying you're looking for some printouts, and I thought I saw a package in the downstairs office with inter-office email that looks like it's a printout for you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's open a public hearing on House Bill 1741 FN relative to the enrollment and use of distributed energy resource aggregations by electric utilities. And I'm going to call on the prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Tony Kaplan, to introduce it to us.
Good morning, Chair Bose and colleagues on the committee. For the record, Tony Kaplan, Merrimack 8, representing the towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. And I'm here this morning to present House Bill 1741, which intends to use the power of aggregated distributed generation resources in combined form as distributed power plants to provide demand response resources to the grid, which effectively lower costs to all users of the grid by shaving peak, providing reliability and resilience services and other elements of the energy value stack. Distributed power plants are essentially what they are is distributed generation resources. That could be solar panels, could be anything that provides electricity in a distributed form on the grid. These resources are enlisted in a program and administered through a utility or a third-party aggregator software. The software is really the key to bring all these things together. These resources include batteries paired with solar, electric vehicles, heat pumps, thermostats, and other thermal demand devices owned by residential customers or commercial customers, so that the utility is able to switch on those electrons at will and therefore use those aggregated electrons as a tool, a distributed power plant on the grid to either lower peak demand, provide emergency backup to the grid, provide startup inertial services, or provide other stabilizing and reliability services to the grid. These services have a value. Those dispatched electrons have a value. And so the incentive tariffs for the enlisted participants in these programs are market-based tariffs. And as they are set by the Public Utilities Commission through the commission's processes, the public processes, they're fair and reasonable rates. By allowing these electrons onto the grid in a dispatchable form, we make use of the technologies that are currently on the grid to lower electric costs for everybody. Example is shaving the peak load or avoiding distribution and transmission. So the incentives that are offered to the enlisted participants, right, the people who sign on, They're offered incentives. The utilities are allowed to recoup those, but they're measurable and should be outweighed by the savings to the ratepayers on the other side of the bill. From a financial viewpoint, this program allows the state in an intentional and careful way to take advantage of private sector investment to help us provide the public good which services on the electric grid represent. It's a prudent and wise way to use the least cost method, the negawatts of avoided generation and distribution, which the New Hampshire Department of Energy recently identified in its 10-year state energy strategy. I will quote from that report, which we heard last week, and substitute the term demand response, which is what this program is really, for the term energy efficiency used in the Department of Energy report. Demand response programs benefit more than just the customers enlisted in demand response programs. Reducing electricity consumption, especially during expensive peak times, saves money for everyone on the system. For reliability purposes, our energy infrastructure is built to meet peak demand. Reducing that peak means spending less on expensive transmission and distribution upgrades and new generation infrastructure. Peak demand generators are the costliest type of electricity generation and tend to be very carbon intensive. Reducing the frequency and duration that peak demand generators run is an effective tool to reduce both costs and carbon emissions. So sticking to the costs, as a state with some of the most expensive retail electric rates in the country, we are, all of us, rightly concerned with containing those costs and bringing them down. As a matter of meeting that priority, this distributed power plant program outlined in House Bill 1741 ought to be in consideration for everyone involved. Our two biggest utilities are currently running fledgling active demand reduction programs using the principles outlined in this bill. This bill makes use of those current programs and empowers the utilities to go out and maximize them to the extent possible, which is what we should be doing. The added staffing and consultancy costs requested by the department and the commission in the fiscal note could be paid for with federal funds available to the department, as we heard last week, and grants available through various programs. These costs and the costs recouped by the utilities will be paid for many times over by the savings on electric bills to our constituents. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. But I'll just offer the caveat that any technical questions will probably be better answered by the people coming up behind me.
Okay, well, thank you. I do have a question for you. Could you kind of outline how this would actually work in practice? So for example, you have a battery, I have a
Right.
battery, Doug has a battery,
Right.
Representative McGee has a battery.
Yeah.
They're aggregated together to form a distributed power plant, as I understand it.
Exactly.
And so then the utility can issue a dispatch to all of us to say, give me the energy in your battery.
Mhm.
So how does it work operationally? What if I'm using my battery for something else? Or what if Representative McGee is using her battery for something else, to charge her car or something?
Yeah.
What is how does it all work
Right.
so that it actually provides the benefits that the bill describes?
That's a good question, Representative Vos, and thank you for that question. I mean, I will try to answer that as best as I can. I'm not a manager of one of these programs, but from what I understand, you are offered incentives to take part in this program, right? And that means you have to provide those electrons at the time that the utility requires them. If you don't get paid, right? And so say you sign up 100 batteries across the state to be part of this distributed power plant. Yes, a certain percentage of those will not be available at that time, and they will not get paid. But enough of them will be available to provide the electrons that the grid needs at that time. So it's a percentage game, right? There will be a percentage of the program that's not available at any one time, but that's kind of built in to the planning. Does that answer your question? That's
Yes,
as
but I
far
do
as I
have-
understand, that's kind of how it works.
Thanks. No, that's good. I do have a follow-up though. So let's assume this virtual power plant has a rated capacity of 10 megawatts. But we know that a certain percentage are not going to be there at any given time. What can the utility count on to be there? Is there a capacity factor associated with this virtual power plant, like 35% or 20% or something, so that when the utility goes to dispatch this unit, it can guarantee that, or be guaranteed that a certain amount will be available.
I think that's basically it, that you're right. There must be I'm not an expert at this again, but I think it must be a question of a capacity factor of some sort, that they take into account.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Representative Kaplan? Representative Harrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Referring to the bottom of page 2 on line 34, it says no penalties shall be assessed for non-performance, but the commission may authorize disenrollment mechanisms. So I'm kind of taking this to mean that the commission will come up with something and say, okay, if you're called on and you don't deliver, say, I don't know what I'm making something up here, 70% of the time, then we're going to say you can no longer be on the program, which would help address the concern that the chairman brought up, that would keep that percentage up.
Right.
Because ones with bad performance would be kicked off. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's basically the idea of that. I mean, they're not going to penalize you financially for not being there, but after a certain point, 3 strikes and you're out, you can't be part of the program anymore, kind of thing.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, on page 3, I'm just curious, on line 13, it says targets, performance targets and incentives. And number 3 is additional targets for other grid services shall be established. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it starts off with peak demand, peak load shaving. So that's the first thing. That's the first target. There are other targets that could be, brought on in the future, sort of like emergency. Say there's a blackout somewhere and they need emergency power, so they call on the distributed power plant. To
Okay,
set up.
okay,
So that's another service. They're not going to do that immediately, but say
So
5 years from now.
It would be a tiered system.
Yeah,
Peak
exactly.
first and then
Yeah.
and lesser importance going down.
As you develop the technology and the experience, you develop, you bring on other other sorts of payments that you
Thank
could
you.
do. Yeah.
Okay, additional questions? No, that's not true. So here's how it works. I'll just refresh everybody's memory. If you're a co-sponsor of a bill, if you testify from the table where Representative Kaplan is, you cannot ask questions. But if you don't testify, you can ask questions. Okay? Representative McGee.
Well, I think Tom had his hand up first, and I was not expecting to ask a question, but, so give me a moment and
Okay.
let Tom go.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Kaplan, for taking my question. We're going to be hearing a bill on Thursday allowing net metering for people with storage. Would a customer be able to be part of the DPP and also net meter?
Good question, Representative. Thank you for that question. Yeah, I think there is explicit language. I don't have the bill in front of me, but somewhere in the bill it says, the provisions of this program do not disallow a customer from being a part of any other sort of associated program run by the utility. So no, it would not disallow that.
Representative McGee.
Mr. Chairman, now I have my question together. So we've had bills this year and had discussions this year in the committee about concern for grid reliability, resilience, and so resilience oftentimes comes from within the state, right? So this would become part of infrastructure that is not as reliant on the transmission lines, right? It would be locally grown energy. So can you talk a little bit about the value of us at least beginning to stick our toe in the idea of having some kind of backup resiliency that's local for the type of emergencies that we've been discussing here in terms of the grid?
Yeah, I mean, this is the resiliency of a program like this has a value. So that's something that we can measure. And if we can measure it, we can pay people to be part of the program to bring on more of that resiliency. So it's kind of like a virtuous cycle, and yes, as we heard in that bill the other day, we do need to provide more resilience to our grid. It's something that we're going to be faced with in the future, especially if we have very limited fuel diversity in our state, you know, so we need to diversify our fuel sources. We need to diversify the way we provide services, and we need to build in more resilience. That's kind of like what this program would start to do. Yeah.
My follow-up would just be on the technology to get this done. I've been to conferences and workshops where they've talked about virtual power plants, which is the same concept as this. And the idea is that if you want to recreate a power plant of 500 megawatts or whatever, you would go out and solicit a bunch of people who are doing distributed energy and ask them if they want to participate, and then you would have, you know, a burst of energy if you needed it. But it requires us to have the distribution infrastructure involved and managing that on and off the system piece. So have you found any obstacles in discussing the idea of having that that technology get implemented or that assist from the utilities?
Yeah, I haven't had any sort of resistance on I've, you know, discussed with the utilities when I was devising this, when I was coming up with the bill. And the resistance from the utilities is not on the technology side. They are running programs like this right now, so they have the experience. Massachusetts has a distributed power plant program, and it's run through the two utilities, Eversource and Unitil. So they know how to do this. They have the experience. They have the technology. There's also nationwide groups, organizations that are running these programs in other states that have the software and the technology to do this. So it's not something that we need to invent here in New Hampshire.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill. We'll call next on Representative Wendy Thomas.
For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I come before you today in support of House Bill 1741, legislation that would establish a distributed power plant program, a common sense step forward in how we produce, manage, and pay for electricity across our state. At its core, HB 1741 ensures that electric utilities coordinate distributed energy resources, including small-scale solar, battery storage, energy efficiency, and demand response under Public Utility Commission oversight, with performance-based incentives that protect consumers and strengthen grid reliability. This bill is not about siting power plants or setting rates. It's about how utilities plan, what resources they are encouraged to use, and whether customers have real agency to lower costs. Just the other day, ISO New England's wholesale electricity price dropped to zero because wind and solar resources were providing the lowest cost power on the system. That is not theoretical. That is happening right now. When low-cost distributed and renewable resources are available, wholesale prices fall. If we had more of these resources coordinated, predictable, and available to utilities, these low price periods would happen more often. HB 1741 creates a framework to make that possible. Traditional utility planning still prioritizes large, centralized generation and long transmission lines. Those investments are expensive and they flow directly into ratepayer bills. Distributed resources can reduce peak demand, avoid or delay costly infrastructure upgrades, and reduce congestion on the grid, all of which put downward pressure on costs over time. When energy efficiency and renewable programs have been weakened or underfunded in the past, residential, municipal, and small business customers lost access to tools that would have reduced long-term costs, while utilities continue to invest in infrastructure that customers must pay for regardless of need. HB 1741 provides structure, accountability, and clear authority to ensure distributed resources are treated as real grid assets, not as afterthoughts. It recognizes what the market is already telling us, that when low-cost, distributed, clean energy is available, prices fall, and when customers have agency, the system works better for everyone. I urge you to support HB 1741 for the ratepayer protections it brings, the smarter planning it enables, and the fairness and accountability it restores to our energy system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a quick question for you. Okay, no questions for this testifier. So next we'll move to Griffin Robarge from Eversource. Let's hear what he has to say about this legislation. And he has a guest.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge, Manager of Government Affairs with Eversource, and I will introduce my guest.
Mark Manager, Supervisor, Regulatory and Planning for the Energy Efficiency Programs in Connecticut and New Hampshire.
So with that underway, I obviously appreciate the opportunity to testify on this bill here today. Eversource is opposed to this bill as introduced. And I do want to recognize Representative Kaplan's comments earlier. Absolute tip of the cap to Representative Kaplan. He did reach out to us during the drafting period last year. We had a number of, substantive conversations about our feedback on this bill. Chat about ideas about how this bill would work and how our current demand response programs work. So again, do want to appreciate Representative Kaplan's willingness to reach out and have these discussions about the bill before the filing. Again, while we are appreciative of the ideas proposed in this bill, we do feel that the bill's requirements for utilities to stand up distribution power plant programs, DPP programs, is in part redundant with what we are doing under New Hampshire Saves right now. And it is also unclear, there are also some ambiguities, some areas that would require some further refinement, as the bill has multiple program designs with unclear funding sources and amounts. So to kind of, take us back a little bit, I think it might be helpful to talk about a little bit of what New Hampshire Saves does currently. So we oversee several demand response programs for our residential and commercial industrial customers to shed load and to reduce peak demand during times of strain on the grid. These programs, which are largely under an umbrella called Connected Solutions within New Hampshire Saves, enables a utility to make small adjustments to, say, one's thermostat during times of peak demand, and customers get an incentive for performing when they are called upon. So in essence, a pay-for-performance type program. We also offer a home battery incentive program where we offer an upfront incentive for one to install a battery, and in return for that upfront incentive, utilities can use that battery for demand response events. And we are certainly looking at expanding these programs into the future. We've seen tremendous success with our customers and interest in these programs, and we are in the midst of our next energy efficiency triennial plan. So there is the intention of expanding these programs under that plan. On some of the more technical aspects of the bill, New Hampshire Saves, our demand response programs really focus on system-wide peak reduction. When peak demands occur, we and other utilities, Unitil, Liberty, others, call on customers to activate their devices or lower their thermostats, and whatever those customers or program enrollees produce is what we get, and they get incentives for performing. What this bill seeks to do is run a program that targets both system peak demand as well as local grid constraints, which are effectively two different types of programs. For example, and this is kind of goes to Chairman Vosa's question, you could have a group of customers in a local area that charge their EV at the same time or run their heat pumps at the same time. To reduce that local peak demand, utilities would have to call upon available resources in that given area to reduce that localized peak demand. And this requires utilities to be aware of, again, not system-wide peaks, but local peaks on all of our circuits throughout the state, and that is certainly a much more in-depth program than what we currently offer. Utilities, we feel utilities have a unique role to play in these types of programs, as obviously we manage the grid, we can witness any real-time constraints in real time, but we do feel it would be beneficial for us to own and operate the assets for any type of these local peak reductions. Because again, with utilities, when these peaks occur, which could occur 24/7, we need to be able to respond to those events and in order to meet system reliability. Also, these technologies that are used, they have to be dependable, they have to meet safety standards, they have to meet reliability standards. So these are all things that I think are serious considerations if this bill is to go forward. we are certainly not adverse from third-party involvement in these programs. But again, there are those technical and regulatory hurdles that we feel should be sorted out before any type of program is implemented. Additionally, while there is some language in the back about cost recovery, we do feel it is a little bit, a little bit ambiguous, where we feel that it's language that we feel needs to be a little bit more ironed out as to how a utility recovers its costs, because there will be upfront costs to start these programs. Finally, and I had a discussion with Representative Kaplan before this. Again, we are not adverse to the ideas in this bill. There are just a lot of hurdles in this bill that we feel should be overcome before it's ready for prime time. So with that, I think we would certainly feel that this is a topic that would be of serious consideration or before the Grid Modernization Advisory Group. Again, for folks who don't know, that is a group made up of number of different stakeholders established under state statute, that it's a meaningful forum to look at different energy topics. Currently, they're assigned to look at transactive energy, cost allocation for DER interconnection. They were recently assigned duties under recent legislation to look at, I believe, battery storage indexing credit pilot programs. So we feel that, that might be a meaningful avenue if the committee felt this bill was to move forward, was to maybe assign a duty to the GMAG group to look into a program of this type. So, and again, I think we'd certainly feel that. I think Representative Vos and others on this committee asked a lot of good questions that we think would be more beneficial of further study. So with that, happy to answer any questions that folks may have and go from there.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question for you. On page 2, line 11, sorry. It says, each electric utility shall file a DPP program proposal with the commission. Doesn't that make this bill a mandate? And if it said may file instead, wouldn't that give the utilities more flexibility about what they could do?
I agree that it would give more flexibility if it said may. I would also counter that under our existing Connected Solutions demand response program, my understanding is it would qualify as a DPP program. So we are already running part of what this bill is asking to be implemented.
As a follow-up to that, Mr. Leninger, do you think that this bill would force you to change your existing program to conform with the requirements of this bill?
As Mr. Roberge pointed out, my understanding or our understanding is that this bill is proposing within one program, 2 separate programs. So there's 2 conflicting program designs that are trying to be rolled up into one program. And it may be the same technologies such as batteries, but you can't effectively have one battery do both things effectively. So it's trying to either address local system constraints or using those assets to target system peak. If there's enough of them, you can have 2 separate programs, but you cannot effectively have one battery trying to do both simultaneously and relying on it to do both effectively.
You, Representative Kaplan has a question. Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it seems like we get confused a bit. So Representative Kaplan said that there is a similar program going on in Massachusetts, which I believe is Eversource territory. So if that's true, what are the differences between the Massachusetts program that's already going on and what this bill proposes?
So the program in Massachusetts is our Connected Solutions program. We also offer it in Connecticut and New Hampshire. It's the same program design. They just have different scales. So it's all Connected Solutions across all 3 states that Eversource operates in. In New Hampshire, Unitil and Liberty also have Connected Solutions programs as well. And all of those programs target system peak, strictly system peak. So hot summer afternoons, call on the assets. As performance comes in, it gets measured against baseline usage for these customers. And then payments are issued for actual performance. So the more you reduce your load during a system peak, the more you get paid. The less you reduce if you're using your battery or other asset for something else, the less you get paid because the less you were able to shed load during that event.
Well,
So I understand that. So referring to the problem of local peaks, does Eversource have the technology to detect that, say with smart meters or anything else that is on the system where Eversource could say, oh, we are seeing a local peak right here?
Eversource does not have AMI smart meters in New Hampshire or Connecticut, and recently started deploying them in Massachusetts in 2025, last year. So we do not have smart metering across any of our service territories yet.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge and Mr. Lemander. It's nice to see you again. So along those same lines, I mean, I'm curious, I wasn't really aware of the demand response program that was being run under New Hampshire Saves. Yay, glad we're doing that. I was wondering what kind of capacity we have to respond to peaks in the state, like what kind of resiliency we're able to support, and if it's statewide or if we have picked priority areas for that response.
Yep. So for system peak, when we run our programs last year alone, we reduced peak load by roughly 30 megawatts in New Hampshire.
Wow.
So it's on the ISO grid, so all three states are targeting the same date and time frames. New Hampshire's portion of that was 30 megawatts. In aggregate, we reduced over 150 megawatts across our service territory.
And the other piece about what locations?
That would be just addressing the grid. So we do
Okay.
not do local
I see. That makes
local
sense.
reductions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Just a clarification and a question. The Connecting Solutions programs is separate from the forward capacity market where you can have demand response. Is that correct? So there's a separate resources altogether.
Yes, it's separate from FCM.
And in the bill, it has a section here that says higher upfront payments may be offered to low and moderate income customers. Under the existing, that's on the bottom of very bottom of page 2. Under your existing Connective Solutions programs, does everybody who performs get paid the same, or is it based on their income?
The technologies are paid the same.
Everyone gets paid the same?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How would you change the language in the bill so that it only referred to system peak?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think that language is focused on page 2, line 22, where again, it says grid services may include system-wide and local peak reductions. And I'll certainly let Mark correct me, but removing the mention of local peak reduction may be helpful. But again, going back to our earlier point, if the intention is to stand up something that is focused on system-wide peak reduction, we already do that under New Hampshire Save. We already do those types of things under New Hampshire Saves as Connected Solutions.
Okay. Representative Schneller has a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Eversource, for being here. My question relates to, I think, a blurring of the lines here a little bit. Would this bill not be more appropriately reformatted under something like the microgrid program that was directed by Director Barrasso at DOE, where one could aggregate pockets or pods of consumers and businesses that, again, are part of a microgrid that could be called upon on peak demand? In other words, this might be an effective bill, just not under the construct that it's the more broad construct that is being suggested it be placed under.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. And again, Mark, feel free to correct me. But yes, again, we are certainly not hostile to the concepts that are proposed in this bill. We just think it requires, we just feel the bill is not ready for prime time in its current form. That is why we suggest, to your point, DOE did a recent investigation of microgrids. Something of a similar study taking place with the Grid Modernization Advisor Group with, again, a variety of stakeholders that are already existing. They're looking at many different things currently, like, as I mentioned earlier, transactive energy, other, energy topics. We think this would be a good forum for this bill to be reviewed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds and then Representative Bernardi.
Mr. Chairman, well, first I can appreciate that you already operate the Connected Solutions Program in New Hampshire, because I am a participant. And, it's great that you are there and you're doing these things already. Since you have been running this program, have you yet achieved enough? Have you, acquired enough experience, compiled enough data? Sounds like you have some. You were able to answer the question about 30 megawatts reduction. Has there been a formal report issued yet, or could there be, to inform all of us, what you've been able to achieve so far with the measures that are in Connected Solutions now, and might that inform all of us how much more could be achieved with expansion?
Thank you for the question. So the programs within Connected Solutions, they are part of NH Saves in New Hampshire, and then they are part of Energize CT in Connecticut and Mass Save in Massachusetts. We have reporting requirements for all of our programs. So within our quarterly reporting and annual reporting, we roll up statewide in the quarterly reports, how many participants, what were the reductions achieved, and then within our annual reports, each utility will file what were the savings, how many participants were there for residential and commercial separately, what was achieved for savings, and then what were the costs attributable to those programs. So we do report currently within all of our dockets within each regulatory authority's website within the appropriate docket. And then for additional room to grow, we are exploring at Eversource, we're exploring the addition of batteries within Connected Solutions. So we had a few of them back a few years ago. There just weren't enough of them to aggregate and really scale. We've seen more uptake in that technology over the past few years. So we are expanding into having batteries as an eligible technology within New Hampshire Saves for Connected Solutions. But there's also set funding by statute for the NH Saves programs. So as part of that, Connected Solutions is a piece of the pie. There's still all the other programs that we operate as well. So while there's maybe room to grow in Connected Solutions, which we believe there is, we have to be deliberate about how aggressively we scale that program, because we have to balance funding for that growth opportunity with maintaining funding adequacy for all the other programs.
As a follow-up to the hearing, could you just send us an email with a link to the reports that you filed, the latest New Hampshire Saves, so that we could take a look at that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Bernardi.
Mr. Chairman, so we just recently, last couple of days, had what I would call a major peak. How much solar and battery value did you see during that peak?
So I'll start with saying that solar is not dispatchable. So it is not, in my mind, a dispatchable asset unless it's paired with storage, to be able to then have it be called upon and dispatched at a given time. But we also don't own generation. So in terms of retail pricing, the utilities go out to bid from generating companies to be able to secure the pricing and enough supply to be able to have our customers on default service be able to have the lights go on. We don't really get involved in the pricing aspect anymore since we don't own generation.
Yeah, and the other thing I would just add, not trying to punt the can until Thursday, but obviously, I think Representative Corman mentioned, I think the chairman has a bill that, is looking at pairing solar batteries with solar, and I'm sure that'll be the topic of another discussion later this week.
Need a follow-up. Representative Corman?
Thank you. And following up on the question and these answers, I actually have batteries, and before a storm, they get charged from the grid under the control of the company that makes the batteries, Enphase. So would it be possible then to do something like have the customers charge the batteries, not necessarily from solar, but from the grid in advance of an anticipated peak event?
Yes.
Yes, so that's currently an option in Connecticut and Massachusetts for Connected Solutions batteries, and it will be an option for NH Saves when we bring batteries into our program in New Hampshire. You do not need solar.
Representative Harrington?
Thank you for my question. Getting back to the middle of page 2 again, the section that says grid services may include, and it talks about transmission and distribution deferral, specifically transmission, because transmission is planned out on a 10-year plan by ISO New England, and I'm trying to figure how would you be able to work in this particular type of program into showing that you didn't need as much transmission as you otherwise would. I mean, we did it with overall energy efficiency and saved quite a bit of money, but is this reliable enough and over a 10-year period? Could you actually say, we're going to assume we're going to be able to reduce this much, therefore we'll be able to have a smaller increase in transmission needs? Or is this program too speculative to count on to build your transmission system based on the outcome?
Yeah, I don't, it's a good question. And again, there's a number of different things in this bill that do pop out at us as something that, again, something for further study. And I think you hit on one, Representative Harrington. There's also, some inconsistencies in the bill that you had mentioned earlier. Lines 15 to 16 on page 2 mention that upfront incentives payments for DERs, performing peak load reduction and grid services. Then on lines 34 and 35, no penalties shall be assessed for non-performance. And then page 3, but participants may lock in performance payments rates for 5 years with re-enrollment options. So, there's a little bit of inconsistency, a little bit of some stuff in here that I think would be further welcomed for a further study, which is why we suggest the GMAG.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I actually remember the meeting we had with you before the bill was going through, and I agree with you that there, I'm sure, is language in here that either is unnecessary or could be honed in order for the bill to actually be useful as guidance for how to go forward. Because what it sounds like to me is we have a bit of a chicken and an egg thing, right? We've got the grid modernization group that's looking at technology and ways that we can move forward that will advance our well, I can't say goals because we don't have goals, but that advances the value that we would like to lower costs and have a more efficient system that we're utilizing properly. So my question is there a way that you can work with the sponsor on this bill to make it something that can actually be a guidepost for how we go forward in terms of expanding what we currently have? And I take your point that money is one of the reasons that you can't do a lot more than you're doing now, right? You're doing a lot with the New Hampshire Saves allotment that you're given by statute. But I guess the question is, this is a good bill, and this is stuff that will help ratepayers in New Hampshire. And if it isn't in the correct format, would you be willing to help the sponsor create an amendment that would get it over the finish line? Because, time is money.
I think as Mr. Roberge pointed out in his comments at the top was, aside from the financial aspect of it, it's picking one of two program designs or setting up two separate programs to address each program design. And then the other point for a local peak is there's some build out required to be able to get line of sight into being able to address local peaks. But then there's also the topic that was brought up as well about how reliable or what can we rely on when called upon for a local constraint, and trying to figure out, I think part of the study would be the appropriate venue for that.
Yep.
What quantity do you have to enroll to then be able to know that it's this much is there when called upon? Because you can't build out the system based on hope. You need to know what's there to be able to have it available as a resource when called upon.
Yes, make it
And-
quick, please.
Yep, I very much appreciate that answer. And I wanted to ask you, since you mentioned that you do reporting on this sub-program of the New Hampshire Saves Program, what actually is the net value, or is there a, for dollars invested, do you have that at the top of mind of what kind of savings you can expect from doing this demand response?
So for Eversource, our benefit cost ratio, so the benefits over the cost, it's about 1.5 on the residential side, which is with with thermostats. And then on the CNI side, it's technology agnostic. We're talking about a 2. So $2 in benefits for every $1 spent on running that program and incentives.
And like we mentioned, Representative Reynolds, we're happy to follow up with Representative Reynolds and the rest of the committee with copies of those latest reports as well.
Representative Mattson has a question. She's done. All right, seeing no more questions, we'll call next on Megan Stone from the Department of Energy to get the department's take on this legislation. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Meg Stone with the Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I will save some time here and not go through the aspects of the bill. I will just talk to you a little bit about the department's perspective on this. We are neutral on the bill. I would just, a couple items for consideration. The department would expect to utilize consultants to review any filings made by the utilities proposing distributed power plants, which include incentive structures and performance payments. While the department would conduct a competitive bid process through an RFP, the estimated cost would be about $150,000 to $250,000. And those costs would be paid by the utility, petitioning utility through a special assessment. In addition, we anticipate increased administrative duties with the legislation. The administrative functions include participating in technical and stakeholder sessions, commission, investigatory, rulemaking, and regulatory proceedings, evaluation of annual performance review, reports, and other administrative functions that go along with that. We would need at least one full-time position to implement the proposed legislation. And the total fiscal impact we would see with both the position and consultants would be probably around $375,000. And that position could be paid through the assessment as well. We would just need additional language in the bill to authorize us to do that. Additionally, page 2, lines 12 through 13 states the commission shall conduct an adjudicated proceeding with stakeholder input and approve or modify each proposal within 100 days. The department believes that's a bit of a fast timeline. It would be inadvertently detrimental to the process by limiting review of these plans and compressing the window for stakeholder feedback. An RFP for a consultant for the department would have to be out for roughly 60 days. Going through the governor and council process would take about another 30 days with that. So we would just ask if the committee wanted to move forward with this bill that you just consider that timeline. Additionally, I was going to mention what Eversource has already spoken about with the programs currently through NH Saves. Just something else to think about, and we wouldn't know exactly how this would work, but there is another piece of legislation out there, probably being heard soon on an energy efficiency authority for the state, and we're not sure if something like this could fit within that construct as well. And also there was the suggestion of the grid modernization advisory group, and of course, if the committee wanted to move forward with adding that to the scope of duties for that group, that could be done as well. And thank you. That wraps up my comments.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Stone? Representative Harrington.
Just very quickly, when you say the costs will be charged to, there's an assessment to the utility. What in reality you mean is eventually they'll be paid for by the ratepayers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McGee.
Excuse me, isn't the funding for New Hampshire Saves, doesn't that come from the Reggie money?
Yes, I was speaking specifically to the consultant and the staff person that we would need. Those would be paid through utility assessment through the petitioning utility.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing Representative Reynolds has a question.
Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Ms. Stone, for being here. We just heard the representatives from Eversource say that the return on investment, I guess, of the funds running these programs are 150%, 1.5 to 1 on the residential side, and 200%, 2 to 1 on the commercial side. Does the department think that the investment in standing up the program could be worth it?
I think the department's perspective is that if the benefit outweighs the cost, then that's just what we would consider in looking at that.
Benefit outweighs the cost. Well, we were told that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank Ms. Stone for her testimony and call next on Tom Irwin of the Conservation Law Foundation. Good morning and welcome.
It was not. My apologies. Could you hear?
You'll have to start
Okay.
over, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm happy to. My apologies for that. For the record, Tom Irwin, Conservation Law Foundation. I do have written comments that I'll be distributing, written by our lead energy attorney, Nick Krakoff, who could not be here today. Conservation Law Foundation strongly supports this bill for the many benefits described by Representatives Kaplan and Thomas. This is an innovative tool that can play a critically important role in reducing peak demand, enhancing grid resiliency, and importantly, reducing electric bills for families and businesses. With respect to reducing electric bills, this is a tool that has been stood up and is in play in other places. Green Mountain Power in Vermont has a 72 megawatt system that's comprised of 5,000 batteries across the state. This past year, or last year, I should say, on June 24th, 2025, the hottest day of the year with the highest peak demand, that program secured for its 275,000 customers a savings of $3 million in one day. Distributed power plants also, importantly, can be deployed more quickly and more cheaply than traditional power plants or grid upgrades. And you'll see a reference in Mr. Krakoff's comments to a 2023 study by the Battelle Group finding that 400 megawatts of distributed power plants used to provide resource adequately will cost just $2 million annually as compared to $43 million annually for equivalent new gas plants and grid upgrades. So these are systems that are nimble and can avoid the higher costs of those sort of infrastructure upgrades or new constructions. So, this is a tool that's in play, and I think to Representative Reynolds' point about whether existing programs that may, Eversource programs that are in play, whether they could be expanded to do more. I think it's notable that next door, Green Mountain Power has a 72 megawatt system. They have aggregated 72 megawatts worth of distributed energy that they can tap into. So I think that that is a good point of comparison with what is happening or isn't happening in New Hampshire. And I trust that with this tool, there is room for expansion and therefore room for greater savings for families and businesses. I'll stop there and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I think I understood you to say that the Vermont program has 5,000 participants. Is
Yes.
that correct? Does the foundation have any data on how many potential participants would be in New Hampshire?
We do not, but it often takes a program like this to encourage participation and the expansion of technologies. So,
Know if the Vermont program, if the utility provided those batteries to those 5,000 folks?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We could look into that and get back to you.
Okay, Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. One of the big issues was brought up by Eversource was that the bill as presented tries to go after two different issues. One is a system-wide peak and one is localized peak. There's the program in Vermont you talked about, which I'm assuming the data you quoted for that day has nothing to do with system peak. Do they also address localized peaks?
That's a great question. Thank you, Representative Harrington. I don't know. I don't know if that program is attempting to do both.
Representative Reynolds?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sort of following on to your question, in asking, one of the reasons for the positive cost-benefit ratio of these programs, is it not that while programs may give an incentive to homeowners or businesses who install energy efficiency measures or batteries, there's a significant private investment by homeowners or businesses. You know, they're not, I don't believe that they're getting 100%, they're not getting free energy efficiency measures or free batteries, but rather the program gives them an incentive to do it, and people and businesses want to do it. So they're having a program stimulates a lot of investment for the sort of seed dollars, I guess. Is that the reason for, able to achieve something like the 72 megawatts of response in the program?
Thank you, Representative Reynolds. I have to assume that it is. I have to assume that that scale of private investment was incentivized and happened as a result of a targeted program that rewarded those who made that investment.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to follow up on the Vermont program because I just did the math. And with 72 megawatts and 5,000 batteries, you're talking about a discharge rate average of 14.4 kilowatts per battery. And I'm just wondering, when this peak occurred, how long were these batteries able to run? Because, I mean, I have a 30 kilowatt hour battery at home, and that would be dead in 2 hours.
Thank you, Representative. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But we can follow up with more about that particular program. And as I mentioned, I've written testimony that has references to that as well.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned Vermont Green Power on this. Do you have, or do you think this committee would benefit by knowing Vermont's statute that it works under to provide that?
I suppose so. I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt to for the committee to understand the model that whatever statutory model exists there that created that program.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I want to thank you for your testimony and call on the last speaker for this bill, who is Eric Olson from Litchfield.
Hello, thank you.
Go ahead, it's on.
So I would like to speak in support of this bill and in general in support of the concept of virtual power plants. We have some pretty dramatic swings in the moment-to-moment price of our power, and having a way to react to that and supply power when it's most needed and pull power when it's least needed has some pretty obvious and substantial economic benefits. We're essentially leaving a lot of money on the table by not allowing that. So I have a pretty substantial solar battery setup at my house, and what happens is that the solar panels charge the batteries when I'm producing more than I'm using. However, I don't get to decide when I supply my power to the grid. What happens is that when my battery is full and I'm still generating power, it supplies the rest of that power to the grid just whenever that happens, which is going to be roughly at the same time it happens for every other person with that setup, which is not a great thing because you're getting all your power at once. You have no control over, balancing the grid at all with that setup. It's essentially not utilizing my battery in the way that it should be. This is something that doesn't require the centralized control of all of the electronics. It's a little bit unclear to me exactly what would be allowed under this plan. But I don't think it's necessary to remotely control people's thermostats or do that sort of thing. There's no shortage of people in the world who would like to make an extra dollar or save an extra dollar if there's an economic incentive to do so. We already have prices for the power as it fluctuates over time. That's, when it goes high, and when the power's in demand and the price goes high, it's worthwhile to flip on a peaker plant. The same can be true of every battery solar setup in the state. And you only need one way of communication for that. My power walls can be programmed to buy power at a low price and sell it at a high price. Everything that is necessary to do that already exists. I'm simply not allowed to do it, nor am I exposed to the real-time price of power on the grid, so I have no economic incentive to do it. But the power, all the software is there. The hardware can do it. It requires no additional investment of infrastructure beyond perhaps the billing system of the power company. If it's connected to an internet connection, it can see the real-time power prices. There's even software that can predict the time of when peaks may happen and when it should buy and sell power. This is being used in other places effectively. So if we have a system that simply allows every individual producer, or even people who don't have battery solar, to have exposure to the price, they can choose. Perhaps I don't run my laundry when it costs 3 times as much as it will in a few hours or tomorrow. It's a very simple solution that doesn't cost anything in terms of infrastructure improvement. We have a situation right now where we have a lot of solar, but a lot of people aren't choosing to install the batteries. For me, it's worthwhile to have that backup. Power goes out fairly frequently in my neighborhood. There's a lot of trees go down, but a lot of people choose not to because they're making their decision purely on the economics. And if they're not making any money off the battery, they save some amount if they can produce more power than they use by storing it and spending it overnight. But we could have a lot more battery, and as was kind of alluded to earlier, the scale of this matters for reliability. If you have a very small number of solar battery setups, you're going to have less reliability in what is actually there. but we could have 50 times as many people with battery installations if they could have exposure to the market rate. There's a lot of money being left on the table there. And if people can access that money by installing some batteries, enough of them will do that until the market stabilizes to the point where there's not a lot of money left on the table for people to grab. It's a pretty, we can just use the market to automatically adjust it. The only issue I really see that's obvious to me in the bill here is that the providing an incentive, I think, undermines that. I don't think we want to try to manipulate what people do by providing incentives one way or another. If you just allow real-time exposure to the market price, people will do what makes sense for the grid. And that's good for everybody. If the price is peaking really high and I start dumping my power on the grid, it's good for me if I can get a higher price for that power than I can buy it back later at, or than I would selling it at the wrong time. And it's a benefit to every person in business and in the state because, well, everything is related to the cost of power. There's not a good or service anywhere that isn't directly impacted by the cost of power. The only people who stand to lose out on this are perhaps the peaker plants. But power generation or power demand is only going to go up over time. So I'm not sure that even if we were to double our capacity through this, that it would necessarily be a problem for anybody in the long run. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's the last word on House Bill 1741. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a fellow battery owner, so I've actually two questions for you. One is, it seems that you're suggesting that in addition to enrolling in a DPP program, people should be allowed to actually arbitrage energy on their own?
Yeah, I think it would be pretty beneficial.
Okay, follow up. And then you said that you have your batteries because power goes out where you live. I'm in the same situation, living up on a hill. So in a situation where we would expect a peak condition like we just had, would you be willing to discharge your batteries onto the grid for some price, knowing that, in fact, you might have less power available should the grid go down?
Of course, and how much depends on the price. How bad is the peak? And you can pre-program this in software. You could say, if the price doubles, sell 10% of my stored energy. If the price triples, sell 80% of it. And everybody could set their own rates for what they're comfortable with and what they need. I want to emphasize too that having this incentive means that people will have the batteries in order to collect that extra money. That also means that many more people are not reliant on the power grid. So if the power does go out, you now have far more people who do have a backup and aren't going to, they're going to all have a buffer. So you're not going to have as big of swings in power based on, when the sun shines or, anything else that would cause peaks in the grid.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to move on. Oh, Representative McGee, is this really important? We're kind of running behind time here.
It's important.
Okay, go ahead. Make it quick, please.
Yep. So this question is just around what you're proposing really is sort of a participatory market that's broader than what we have now. My question is about whether you see any issues with phasing the electricity on and off the system without the folks who are in charge of the distribution system having any part in that, because they actually have to speak to the ISO New England who manage the grid. So I guess that's the piece that I'm not sure fits with having sort of a distributed management.
Well, the reality is that they don't have control over it now. The power company doesn't know how much power I'm dumping on the grid. They don't know if the sun came out and my system is suddenly generating 22 kilowatt hours and I'm using one of it. They have no ability to control or monitor that in real time right now. What they can do, however, is adjust the price that they're paying. And if I have a system that can see that and react to that, their price could go up or down, and my system could react in milliseconds. And they could, through market prices, they could get the outcome they want. If they need more power, the price goes up, they get more power. If they want less power on the grid, the price drops, they get less power. So they have really a more direct control in that way than if you're relying on two-way communication, like, hey, I'm going to control your car charging or your thermostat remotely. You have to wait for it. It has to come back, connect to your stuff. The stuff has to, do the right thing and then send it out. And they have to kind of predict, because you don't actually know if you send a signal out to somebody's house what their power usage is going to be after that. They could change it. They could unplug something. They could, they could end up with more power through their solar setup if they don't have a battery buffer, and you really don't have the control. I think the only way to get reliable dynamic adjustment based on the actual needs of the market is for it to be driven by a market price.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, and I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1741 and open a public hearing on House Bill 1743, requiring disclosure of radiation levels emitted by smart meters. And I'm going to call on the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Comtois, to introduce it to us. Good morning and welcome to Estini.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Representative Barbara Comtois, representing Senator Barnstead and Alton Belknap 7. This bill came about at the request of a constituent. And they were concerned with the emission of radiation from these smart meters, specifically those that adhere to a building. One was commenting that they were on, the house where the bedroom was, where they slept the most, and spent a lot of time, and were having some adverse health risks. I'm not saying that the smart meter is causing that, but they seem to think that the radiation levels need to be known by the homeowners, specifically those adhere to a building, I think is really the most important piece. I mean, I have a meter, but mine is 100 feet away from my house, which I'm very thankful for. So, and then I was just looking at the analysis. This is asking for a once-a-year analysis of radiation level. I would think, and I don't know much, I'm not science and tech, and I don't know anything about really electricity per se, as much as you all do, but I would already think that that data is available. And it wouldn't be that difficult to know what the radiation levels are of a smart meter and why it could not be included on a bill once a year. So that is what this bill is, and that's why it came into being. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions for you.
Sure.
On line 7, the sentence says, the statement required under paragraph 1 shall be provided in paper or electronic form. Do you really mean or there, or should it be and electronic form?
Well, I guess I would leave the word or, because I don't know if the electric companies, people get their electric bills, some people may get them in electronic form, or we may go to that at some point. And I'm not sure. So I would leave that up to the committee for that distinction.
Thank you. And additional questions, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious. First of all, I don't know who your electric utility is in your area. Not sure if it's EverSource or.
So mine is New Hampshire Electric Cooperative.
Okay. So my question is, did you happen to contact them to ask them if they had this information available, and by chance, how many smart meters they might have in your territory?
I did not contact them. I did contact them when the smart meter was installed without my permission, and they refused to remove it.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So we're looking at radiation levels emitted from a smart meter. What is the source of the radiation in a smart meter?
Thank you for the question. Like I said, this is out of my purview. This is, like I said, was brought because of a constituent asked me to submit this bill. That
Follow-up.
is,
So as far as you're aware,
Follow-up.
there may not even be any radiation coming out of a smart meter. I mean, light is radiation, so visible light is a form of radiation.
thank you, Representative Harrington. Like I said, at the request of a constituent.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. You mentioned that primarily these would be smart meters that are found on buildings, and people work in buildings, people rent in buildings. So would this, I assume this is a health protective bill. So would the renters and the employees be privy to this information, or just the account holder?
Thank you for that question. I would, well, you know what they say about assumptions, but it is specifically for the account holder, whoever receives the bill. I would assume that that information would be public to whoever their tenants may be, and they could request that. But I don't think it is on us to require them to submit that to every single person in a building or an apartment building. I think that just is too onerous on the company.
Follow up.
Follow-up.
And you said that it would be easy to find this information. I assume you're talking about packaging information if it says this device emits XX radiation. Are you, let me just finish. Are you saying that we should go by packaging information, which theoretically could degrade year to year, so it could go down as the device gets older? Or are you suggesting that, and it looks like somebody from the Public Utilities Commission goes out and actually gathers this information on every single meter? How does this work? I don't understand.
Thank you for the question, Representative. And like I said, this was brought on behalf. I don't understand all of the nuances. This is not my purview, and it's before this committee, and I would leave it up to the committee to make that decision.
Thank you very much.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This cell phone is the white elephant in the room.
Oh, yes.
It produces a great deal of radiation. And as a matter of fact, Make America Healthy program is requiring a study of the health hazards of this phone. Now, it turns out that we hold these sometimes close to our head, right? But the smart meters only transmit, from what I understand, I've done a bit of research, only intermittently. They're at greater distance, and they have to go through walls. So given this, would you still think that we ought to go through the trouble before the analysis of the danger of a smartphone comes out? Should we go through the trouble of enacting this legislation?
Thank you for the question. If it was a choice between this and the smartphone, I'd say the smartphone takes precedent.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, want to thank you for introducing this legislation, and let's now hear from Unitil. Alec O'Meara wants to give us his take on this proposed legislation. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Alec O'Meara. I am the Director of External Affairs at Unitil. I wanted to speak to this bill today primarily because we are in the process of doing our own rollout of an upgrade to our advanced metering infrastructure, so-called smart meters. So I do have some background into this particular area. For the record, we have no position on this bill. I've confirmed with our billing folks and our communications team that we have the capability to put this into our existing bill notifications if that is what the committee and the legislature ultimately decides. I want to speak to this idea of radiation and explain exactly what it is. There's already been a couple folks that have kind of alluded to it here in the room, but I feel I can help by spelling it out a little bit. To Representative Harrington's point, all electric devices have some form of what is called radiation, radio frequency emissions that occur from them. Anything that runs on electricity has some element of that. Generally speaking, when people talk about radiation, specifically harmful radiation, they're referring to what is called ionized radiation. That's the kind of radiation that comes from X-rays or the byproducts of nuclear energy or those types of things that we all, when we hear the term radiation, that's what we're thinking of, and radiation sickness and all of those things. What we're talking about when it comes to the emissions from any electric device, or specifically smart meters that are Wi-Fi enabled, we're talking about radio frequency emissions or non-ionized radiation. And this is a very common form of technology. It has been used safely in the country for over 100 years. It's common with radios. It's common with Wi-Fi routers, video game controllers, baby monitors, remote controls. Yep, all of those things. Pretty much most folks in their home at this point have probably dozens of such pieces of equipment operating. My fridge went on the blink last summer. I had to buy a new fridge. It happens to have a Wi-Fi technology in it. So my fridge emits these kind of emissions. Again, they are non-ionizing. They are considered safe. Ultimately, the only thing that they could do if they happen in very large amounts is heat things up. Indeed, you take a Wi-Fi router, you increased its power by about 1,000, put a box around it, you have invented a microwave oven. That is what that particular technology is. And again, it is safe. It is in many homes in the country. That is what the technology is we are talking about. I'm happy to answer any additional questions anyone may have on this topic.
Okay, questions? Well, yes, Representative Cloget.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, from what I understand, these smart meters, they'll put out maybe one data packet, probably late evening, early morning hours. Is there information available, the question, is there information available on what frequency and the decibel, the power level of that transmitter?
Sure. We can find that. I did look up, I asked our engineering folks in terms of the meters that we're putting out, the power output on the Wi-Fi capability of the smart meters that we're in the process of rolling out, I believe comes in at somewhere in the neighborhood of 32 milliwatts or 32 thousandths of a watt. We are considering right now, based on this bill, we think we could do something, maybe put something up on our website that answers some of the basic questions involving what this kind of radiation is. That's something that we are looking at right now. Again, I think it's important to note we don't serve the sponsors of this bill's service area, so I'm not privy to what's going on up there, but that's the general power output as I understand it.
Follow up? Thank you. Thank you for the follow up. Also, with the meters and that data packet put out, I am assuming that each meter actually puts out the same amount of power at those frequencies. The bill on line 5 says any meter at the service. So my question is, if this, bear with me, would you believe there, I'm into the believing, is there any different power levels, or could this be put out as you mentioned on your site, what this meter puts out, or is each individual meter puts out a different amount? Maybe that's the question. Thank you.
So my base understanding is you could have situations where there are different meters for different classes of customers. For example, large commercial customers may have a different meter on their facility. I did not go far enough to see if individual class types of meters have any kind of different output. So I'm not familiar as to whether or not it's a uniform or if it's different classes of meters at this time. The number I asked our folks for was the residential meter.
Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. All this is kind of relative, and from what I read, first, is this a digital device which tends to put out less radiation? Two, what is the duty cycle? How long does this actually produce radiation in a given day? I read seconds to minutes is what my research has said for the digital devices. And again, how does that compare with my smartphone? Thank you for taking my question.
Sure. So one of the things I want to try and emphasize as I go through questions like this is that as we talk about the degrees of power involving this kind of radiation, we're talking about variations on a technology that is considered widely safe. So I want to, as we say, one is more powerful or stronger than the other, it's easy to lose that distinction as you're going through that. So my understanding is that they do operate smart meters, that is, on an interval basis. We're talking about a Wi-Fi based technology, and that's different from, say, a smartphone, which has a cellular technology on them. My understanding, doing my research, is that Wi-Fi is at a lower power than cellular in a general sense. That's why if you have a Wi-Fi router in your home, it only goes so far, whereas cellular travels much further distances, not unlike FM radio. So I think that that would be the primary difference on that point.
Follow up?
So this device is probably going to produce less radiation than my Wi-Fi router in my home, correct?
It's probably comparable technology. I think that that's the best analog for what's already in most folks' home.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for my question. You know, every time I look at one of these devices, whether it's a remote control for your TV or any other thing that operates through Wi-Fi or radio signals, there's a little thing on there and it says, this device complies with blah, 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 is regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. I've never picked up a smart meter and looked at it, but I'm assuming the same regulations apply. There's maximum amounts of output, and that's controlled by compliance with FCC rules. Would that be correct?
I can find out what the labeling on these meters are as we can put them out. I can get back to you. I'm just not familiar off the top of my head.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. I believe you touched on this, but I just want confirmation. To the best of your knowledge, can you say that non-ionized emissions are not associated with any direct health risk?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, a follow-up?
Follow
up. If this bill were to go forward, can you hypothesize on how the utilities would handle this and how they would go about determining the rates for each of the smart meters individually and what the cost of that would be to the ratepayers, please?
From our perspective, the process would be relatively simple. Like I said, we have the information that exists on the meters themselves from the person that is providing them to us. We were able to find the label on that. We have existing processes to provide bill messages. So we believe we could do this with our existing resources.
Follow up.
Follow up.
How would you account for any degradation over the years of these devices?
Well, with the process I just outlined, it would not. We would just basically be saying what the user manual says in terms of its output.
Okay, seeing no more questions for this witness, we want to thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And call next on Megan Stone from the Department of Energy. Welcome back.
Good morning again. My name is Megan Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. I will be very brief on this. The bill currently has the Public Utilities Commission overseeing compliance with this section. This is not something the Public Utilities Commission normally does. This would make more sense to be under the Department of Energy. The process overall would be very easy. If the department were to oversee compliance with this, basically the utilities would submit to us what they're planning on putting in their bill, what mailed or electronic, and we would look at that and approve it. There would be no additional fiscal impact for the department. This can fit under our normal administrative duties. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
So you're saying that if the department administered this program as opposed to the commission, then the fiscal note basically doesn't apply because the commission says it'll cost as much as $280,000 in fiscal year 2029 to administer this program.
We would not need any additional resources.
Further questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
thank you for being here. We'll turn to the last speaker on this bill, and that is Griffin Robarge from Eversource. Welcome back once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just note, I shoveled a lot this weekend and these chairs are not helping my back. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Eversource is neutral on this bill as introduced. As has been discussed, we believe that this bill is referring to advanced metering infrastructure, AMI meters, when it talks about any smart meter on line 5 of the bill. I did take a quick look at the statute. That term smart meter is not defined. So, if this bill is to move forward, I think we'd welcome some further clarity on what the bill means by smart meter. Unlike Unitil, Eversource does not have smart meters deployed in the state or AMI metering infrastructure. We have AMRs, which is automated meter reading meters that are deployed. I don't want to really belabor the point because I think Alec O'Mara from Unitil did a good job on it. But, the FCC mandates that wireless devices sold in the U.S., including smart meters, they have to meet minimum guidelines for safe human exposure to radio frequency energy. It's also regulated by the EPA, the FDA, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and OSHA as well. So, again, not to belabor the point, but, the RF output from, these meters is small compared to other common household devices that you may see around your house, such as, a Wi-Fi router, a cell phone, that type of thing. If the bill should pass, I think Eversource is certainly prepared to provide this information to customers about their meters. However, it could result in some additional administrative or technical costs that ultimately would be borne by ratepayers. Given, what we feel is the marginal RF radio frequency emissions given off by these devices, we feel that those resources could be better used elsewhere. So with that, happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify from what you said, are you implying that this bill really doesn't clarify the type of smart meter that maybe they want the information from, since that Eversource doesn't have the type that you think it refers to?
Correct.
You might be required to fill out an annual report for nothing you have.
Yeah, so again, thank you for the question. I think that is something that we just wanted to flag, is that, again, under this section of state statute, smart meters not defined. I think we all have an idea of what it's referring to. I think, just a nod for some additional legislative clarity there I think would be helpful.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. And thank you for being here. And I'm not even sure you're the correct person to ask this question, but you're the last testifier.
Let's give it a spin.
All right. Let's say that there is radiation coming out from a smart meter. It's documented somewhere and there's something. What would one do with this information? I mean, take down the smart meter, put up tinfoil, and I'm not being facetious. I mean, what do you do with that information?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. I guess it's subject to whatever the consumer would like to do with the information, I guess. I obviously can't speak for every single person.
Yeah.
with
No,
me,
I just.
But yeah,
All right. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. In a follow-up to my colleague, I went online and I found I can find radiation-proof clothing, radiation-proof blankets. So I suspect that this is a concern for many people. But given the low level of radiation, I don't think I'm going to go out and buy the clothing that's radiation-proof. I guess I sort of view this as maybe hysteria. What is your feeling?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I would just say that, as we mentioned on the previous bill, in Massachusetts, Eversource is currently rolling out AMI metering infrastructure. This is a question we do get from, our customers about the radio frequency that is emitted from these devices. But these devices, as I mentioned, are, have to be tested by federal agencies. They have to meet minimum guidelines. We feel that, the emissions given by these devices are marginal compared to other devices that people use day in and day out around their house.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas. Unitil testified that they were willing, if they haven't already, put a statement on their website about radiation from these devices. Would Eversource consider doing the same thing?
I believe we would, yes.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'm going to thank you, Mr. Robarge.
Thank you.
And I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1743 FN. We will now take a lunch break and return at 1 o'clock to hear HB 1738 FN relative to ratepayer benefits from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And I'm going to call a Republican caucus, so I would ask everyone who is not a member of the Republican caucus to exit the room, please. Thank you very much. See you at 1 o'clock. Okay, let's reconvene the ST&E committee session for January 27th. We have two bills to hear this afternoon, and then we're going to have an exec session starting at about 3 o'clock. So the first bill we're going to hear is House Bill 1738-FN, relative to ratepayer benefits from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And I'm going to call on Representative Michael Harrington, who is the sponsor, prime sponsor of this legislation, to introduce it to us. Representative Harrington, and don't forget I need a pink. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been kind of through this before, so, and I'll let the people from DES answer all the technical questions on this. But the key thing that I think to remember here is that it's pretty straightforward. If New Hampshire does not update its RGGI program, the current revenues would not continue as New Hampshire's allowances would not be consistent. Such a situation would have negative impact on New Hampshire ratepayers as they continue to pay the RGGI costs and wholesale electric rates as part of ISO New England, but they would not receive the RGGI rebates. That's the bottom line. Whether you like RGGI or don't like it or whatever, we're part of the New England grid, and we're going to pay for that every, the RGGI payments are paid by the generators, and we're going to get a bill for that, and we won't get any of the rebates if we don't make this change. So with that, I will defer to DES to answer technical questions.
Okay, Representative Corman has a question.
Not a question, just a comment. I agree with you, and go Pats.
We're going to win the Super Bowl, my God. Representative Thomas.
Is it fair to say that this is simply a housekeeping bill?
Well, it's a little bit more than the housekeeping bill, but I suppose you could, depending on your definition of housekeeping, there's a lot of technical changes that need to be done to keep up with what's changed in the RGGI program.
And one follow-up.
Yes, follow up.
Just based on the fiscal note, is that price that's quoted, $65,800,000, is that what we stand to lose if we do not pass this bill?
I believe that's the amount, yes. But
Thank you very much.
I say DES can get the very specifics on that.
All right, seeing no further questions, we'll call on Commissioner Scott from DES and Air Director Wright to answer our technical questions and give us a technical presentation of what this bill provides. Gentlemen, thank you for being here, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's been a while since I've been in front of ST&E, so I see familiar faces, and thanks for having me here. It's nice to be at a place where there's parking, by the way. So quickly again, as you've heard, this bill seeks to revise the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative program that New Hampshire is in. It follows a program review, so periodically all the states agree to a program review. I negotiated, actually all of them, I guess, for the states, for the state of New Hampshire. And this keeps New Hampshire in the program with the other states. Some points to consider, the bill has us following a new glide path for allowance reductions in keeping with what the other states are doing through 2030. There's another program review where the states will convene again and look at the impact of RGGI and what makes sense and what may not make sense in 2028. So that was our rationale for that. There's some minor things, and again, Director Wright is here to talk more technical details, but it adds another cost containment reserve to help should the prices get higher to curb that. And the other side benefit, that means more allowances are available, and that helps New Hampshire, which I'll discuss in a second. In keeping with the title of the bill, the bottom line, as mentioned, it keeping us in RGGI, protects New Hampshire ratepayers. Should we not stay in RGGI, as mentioned, we stand. It depends on the allowance prices, so it's a little bit loose, but we do stand to lose roughly $65 million a year for the New Hampshire ratepayers should we get out of RGGI while it still goes on. Other side note is, as we've done this analysis, as I mentioned, the different program reviews, between our program reviews and our negotiations and our power plants, some of them closing or curbing their operations, we have more allowances for as a state in New Hampshire than our rest of the proportionally than the rest of the New England footprint. So that's a net benefit for New Hampshire ratepayers. So I want to keep that in mind too, which is yet another reason why not to, why this bill should pass to keep the New Hampshire advantage, if you will. I'm happy to provide more information. Director Wright's here. Most of you, I believe, were at the orientation or a briefing, I guess, that Director Wright did. So you've kind of already heard a lot of the technical details of RGGI. So we can help reinforce that if you need, but I wasn't intending to go reiterate all that. So again, we're here to answer questions, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. I'm going to start out the questioning by asking you to refresh my memory. You mentioned that we actually get more from RGGI proportionally than other states do, but I can't remember exactly why that is.
Yeah, so the short answer is, so the negotiations, RGGI's an agreed upon program between states. So we all ultimately agreed to what our allocations would be initially. And then each program review were negotiated also. So I think we did well in those things, if you will, if that makes sense. And again, in some of our power plants are not operating. But the real issue is often you'll see RGGI compared to the allowances compared to the generation in your state. And I would argue that's really not the right metric. The metric is the ratepayers and how much they are consuming in the state compared to how much we're getting for the allowances. And what I'm suggesting is our allowances exceed our demand, so we're coming out ahead.
Thanks for that explanation. Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you for being here. Just walk me through this a little bit. This sounds like a contract and not a law. We're renewing our enrollment in this program, correct?
No.
Okay.
So again, I'm trying not to get too much in the weeds, but RGGI is all the states agreeing to do the same thing. So what that allows, if we're all in agreement, is a New Hampshire allowance is fungible with everybody else's allowance, and they're all can be cross-traded. So New Hampshire can do whatever it wants, and we don't have to do this. Obviously, we're not bound somewhere. But if we don't do what the other states are doing in that agreement, they won't honor our allowances. So effectively, we'd be out of RGGI, which
Right.
means effectively now our ratepayers would have this uncompensated cost to them.
Right, follow up?
Follow up.
And does this have to come to the legislature every XX number of years, or can it become automatic? It seems like if we're losing $68 million, sounds like something that should be automatic.
Well, that would be up to you, but currently in every iteration of this, it's been codified in
I
the,
see,
in the
okay.
RSA, so we have to change it again. If you'd like to give us rulemaking authority to do that, that's up to you, but I'll leave that alone.
All right, thank you very much.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question just has to do with the repeal section at the end, RSA 125.0:20. It just talks about the sections that will be eliminated, and I was just wondering if you could speak to that, just so those of us who haven't read through all that will have an understanding of what goes away.
So what's in that section, what's being repealed is what was previously referred to as the banking adjustments. There were 3 banking adjustments that RGGI has implemented through the years. Those have now ended, so they no longer need to be in the statute. And the other thing is, it's getting rid of the definition of offset allowances. The RGGI states have agreed collectively to get rid of offset allowances. They were not used very widely within the program, and they've kind of outlived their usefulness at this point.
Great, thank you.
Okay, additional questions for the gentleman from DES? Well, seeing none, I want to thank you two for being here and making your presentation to us. I have no more pink cards on this bill. So is there anyone else sitting in the room who would like to speak on this legislation, this proposed legislation? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1738-FN. And I'm going to take a 2-minute pause and we'll be right back. All right, so we're going to have a 5-minute pause for a caucus, and then we're going to do an executive session as we are permitted by the language that announced this public hearing. That language says that executive session on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. So about 5 minutes from now, we will open an exec session on House Bill 1128. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion to go into executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to open up executive session for House Bill 1128.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we open an exec session on House Bill 1128. So I will do just that and open an executive session on House Bill 1128. And I will recognize Representative Schneller for a motion on the bill, followed by a motion for an amendment.
I guess I say so moved here, but a motion to OTP as amended.
Okay, so now make a motion on your amendment.
Motion to pass the amendment?
Okay. Please tell us the number of the amendment.
Yeah. Amendment is 2026-0266H.
Okay. Representative Mattson, I'm recognized for a second.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the amendment 2026-2066H to House Bill 1128. Chair recognizes Representative Schneller to describe the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill simply whittles down, it removes RSA 12F:1 and effectively narrows this down to the ability for, in extreme drought conditions, for the state through the governor's office to act on really cloud seeding is really the narrow focus of this, rather than broadly experimenting on the environment. This gives the executive branch through DES the ability to so act.
And can you tell us a little bit about where this amendment came from and who supports it?
So this bill was originally introduced by Representative Potenza multiple years ago, multiple sessions ago. It's had multiple work-throughs, each time being narrowed down, this last one being sort of the most narrow. It has come to us, it has been run by DES and the Environmental Committee. It came back here as ultimately the place where it should be passed. Representative Potenza has worked on this and on the amendment. DES has chimed in on the amendment as well. And industry has also worked on this. So there's a lot of interested parties have looked at this, worked on the draft, and we think it's ready to be voted on.
I'm going to reach out to DES and ask you if you are neutral on this legislation, or do you oppose it? What would be your opinion of this legislation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Fitzgerald, Assistant Director of the Air Division. As with the original bill, we take no position on this legislation nor the amendment. Representative Schneller did indicate correctly that we met with him and Representative Potenza. We have seen this language, and it alleviates a lot of the concerns that I espoused originally at the with the original bill last week at the hearing. And so we're okay with this, if that's a legislative term.
Okay. Thank you.
Okey dokey,
Thank you.
yes.
All right. All right. All right. So do we have any questions or concerns about the bill? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions about the bill. First one is about the sequencing. So at what point can the public notice be placed? I know it's got to be at least 4 weeks, or in 4 newspapers, I'm sorry, at least 1 month prior.
Yes.
Does that have to be after the department makes its decision about the cloud seeding? And then the second question is, the bill or the amendment says, the department may reject the activity if the environmental review demonstrates or the department determines that the activity will result in harm to the environment, public health, or wildlife. Presumably, if the department determines that there's no harm, then the department would approve it. My question is, what if the department cannot determine?
The answer to your first question is yes, we understand the sequence to be that the state would be in those states of drought listed on the United States Drought Monitor, and that they would be in those conditions for at least 90 days. And then the entity that's proposing to do the cloud seeding, whether it be the federal government or some private company or whatever, that's why we suggested the term entity, would produce an environmental review addressing the issues that are raised here. We would review that, and the way the bill is the way the amendment is written, it says the department may reject the activity. So I think it would be understood that the activity may go forward unless we reject. And I think if we deemed that the report was insufficient, we didn't have sufficient information, we would reject.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas. I have some issues with, on line 10, the review that will ensure that the activities will not result in, quote, harm to the environment, public health, or wildlife. And then on line 20, there's another review or disclosure to the public, including the effects of the program on human health, what wildlife and wildlife habitats may be affected, and the source of funding. That is very vague to list harm to the environment. What are the guide rails for that? And the effects of the program, effects could be positive or negative. So is this saying all effect? I mean, can you define those two terms for me, I guess?
I don't think I can define them better than the language in here. This is language that was negotiated. Some of that is language that was part of the original bill, but I think the intent here is that we would inform the public to the best of our knowledge. Obviously, as I mentioned the last time, this would be occurring in a relatively short time period. An environmental study typically takes on the order of months or even years to conduct. So generally, our public health group within the Air Division has informed me that they did some brief work in looking at this bill last week, and they generally found that silver iodide is the chemical that is used for cloud seeding. And they did inform me that there was very, very low toxicity and very low risk associated with that. So if that were to be the case, we assume that the information that we presented would reflect that information. Again, that was a very cursory review, but if it were something else and we didn't have the knowledge, or we felt that there were some issues in terms of risk to the public health and the environment, I think we would certainly go back and ask for more information before we indicated that we could approve this or assent to the report that's provided to us.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up.
Yes. Do you have just a follow-up comment on the amendment, or does it need to go specifically to Mr. Fitzgerald? Like to allow him to sit back if we're just having a general discussion.
I don't know. I can ask the question and he can either refuse it or.
Okay, go ahead.
I honestly don't know because I don't know who wrote this. So on line 14, again, I mean, I'm this, and Representative Corman mentioned this, the timeline. We're going back in time a month to prior to any cloud seeding. You've got to, a month before, you've got to notify the public.
Correct.
So we're going back in time.
We would be notified that some entity wants to perform cloud seeding.
Mm-hmm.
we would tell them that, as required in this amendment, that they have to provide an environmental review before they can begin that activity. And then we would, if we agreed that the review was adequate, and they were allowed to proceed, there would be at least 30 days before they would be able to proceed, because we would have to place that public notice. That's the way I understand it.
So, but if you look at the timeline on 5 and 6, it says that the drought has to exist for at least 90 days. So we have a 90-day drought that's verified, and you're saying that we have to wait another 30 days minimum before we can do anything?
Correct. And
Okay.
it's,
Well, you just said yeah.
I guess what I would say is we haven't seen cloud seeding in this
Yeah, okay.
in this
Yeah,
state for,
okay.
for
Yeah.
years and years. We don't anticipate this happening, and we've been in drought for many periods of 90 days or more prior to this, and no one has ever proposed cloud seeding. So, but if that were to happen, yes, this review would be necessary.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you. So it sounds like DES has already determined that if the seeding agent were silver iodide, you've already determined that that is not going to pose any harmful risks. Is that correct?
Again, that was just a very cursory, quick review that our people informed me of. They did a quick literature search and seemed to show that there were insignificant risks associated with that. We would want to do more, and we would expect that the entity proposing it would, provide us with a significant body of information to review. But that was just a quick check. Seems to be the consensus that silver iodide is what's used, and that it's used in extremely low amounts, and it's dispersed widely in the upper atmosphere, and it would pose very low toxicity. But we would want to review the literature that was presented to us by the entity proposing to do it.
Follow up? Are there other known instances, or are there known instances of silver being a contaminant? And I'm thinking about in northern Idaho, where they have silver mining. I know that there had to be some pretty significant mitigation.
I assume mines typically can affect water, and there's differences in toxicity between air inhalation and water. Again, I want to stress the information that I was presented was the result of one of our staff taking a few hours and doing a very quick literature search. And so I'm not making a pronouncement that silver iodide is 100% safe and that we would just automatically approve that.
Thank you for answering
Thank
our
you.
questions. We appreciate that. Now let's have a general discussion about the amendment itself. Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a chemical point of view, silver iodide is very insoluble. As a matter of fact, it's the basis of chloride determination. You precipitate silver chloride. So it's going to not go into the groundwater. It's going to sit there on the surface. It's also subject to photodegradation, which would degrade it to free silver, which again is not going anywhere, it's not toxic, and chlorine. So I don't see any problem at all with silver chloride in the environment.
All right, so my take on this amendment is that it resolves many of the questions we had about the original bill. I think that the situation with which this amendment tries to deal is probably going to be extremely rare, meaning that this language would be very rarely used. But it would be a nice backup to have this in statute so that in the rare case where this did happen, we'd be covered. We'd have a plan going forward. So I would personally be in favor of adopting this amendment and adopting the bill. Further discussion. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree. I would say that after listening to bills of this nature in the past and the amount of detail that we have been able to pare down to what they were, I believe that the people that came up with this amendment came to a very good resolution for what we had. Cloud seeding has been around for many, many years throughout the country. I believe that the mechanism that we did not have before at least is here now and is certainly a lot better than what we had in 12F1 prior to this amendment. So I would heartily support that we adopt this amendment, and I have complete confidence in DES to make whatever means is necessary to ensure the safety should this ever become possible or even necessary. So I would heartily support recommending that we adopt this amendment now.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment does one very important thing, eliminate the experimentation that was built into the previous statute, and that on its face makes this a good amendment.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say, I look at it as clarifying the role of DES in the instance where cloud seeding might be employed. And so I don't see adding to statutory language with further clarifications of what we have to do in the instance as being any problem. And I think the last section 4 that says basically we get a report, that backfills if anything has happened and informs us all that it's happened. And if nothing happens, they don't have to do anything, is a good way to write this up, because no news is good news. And if there isn't anything, then we don't need these extra reports. So I'm okay with the language as it's been agreed to.
Representative Sanborn Deschanel.
Mr. Chair, I actually just wanted to give a comment about where the conversation is going and the technology in general, because it's been going on for decades, cloud seeding, and in the past, it had been considered like a really taboo topic, and people had been shunned as conspiracy theorists, and it wasn't for a few dedicated activists where we can have the kind of legislation that we see for us today, trying to bring restrictions on it and more clarification to the public.
Further discussion? Okay, well, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 2026-0266H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller. Yes. Representative Sabor and Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee. Yes. Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
15 to 1.
By a vote of 15 to 1, the committee adopts the amendment 0266H. And now we move on to the motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion needed? Is the clerk ready to call the roll on the question of
Ready.
OTPA? Then please do so.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
15 to 1.
Okay, by a vote of 15 to 1, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1128. And I will ask Representative Schneller to write the calendar report for this bill. I don't believe it can go on the consent calendar because it has an amendment.
Oh, they can go on with an amendment. Just
can?
doesn't have a fiscal note.
Oh, it doesn't have a fiscal note. Okay. All right. So on consent then? No objection? Okay, consent it is.
And no minority reports.
Actually, Representative Thomas, I'm glad you brought that up because it was mentioned in the chairs and vice chairs meeting this morning that the clerk and the speaker are concerned about the large number of minority reports that are being filed this year, and they have asked us to try to make absolutely certain that a minority report is necessary for the full body to fully understand the bill. So
This one is not necessary,
We'll
so.
be going forward with some serious question marks about minority reports. All right, let's close that executive session then. We will be returning to executive session at 3 o'clock. But while we have some time here, we have another committee matter to address, and that is House Bill 1723. We heard this bill, I think it was the very first bill we heard earlier this year. It's a bill that tries to deal with the issue of the possible, admittedly rare event that there might be a solar storm that disrupts our electrical grid, or possibly even a nuclear detonation that disrupts our electrical grid. Both of these kinds of events are probably pretty small in chance to happen. However, if they do happen, they can be absolutely catastrophic. So the bill proposes to raise the standard by which we evaluate whether our grid is resilient enough to withstand such an event. And if it's not, propose a way to try to do something about making the grid better. The bill as written received a fair amount of negative reaction from the utilities. But I think that the subject is worthy of pursuit. And so I would like to form a study committee of 5 people to look into whether or not we can develop an amendment for House Bill 1723 that would be more effective in coming up with a solution to this problem. So I'm looking for some volunteers for this subcommittee. I'm going to volunteer to be on the subcommittee myself. I know Representative Mattson wants to be on the committee because she's the bill's prime sponsor. Vice Chair Thomas wants to be on the subcommittee. Representative McGee wants to be on the subcommittee. And so I need one more person to be on the subcommittee. I'd prefer to have a Democrat. So Representative Corman. Okay, so Representative Corman will be on the committee. Yes. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to just speak up for a moment. Before you form a committee and go ahead with doing this, the only one significant piece of the utilities testimony, I guess it was, that the one that struck me the most, but aside from the technical, merit, reality of the problem and the potential solutions, I understood them to say that the potential technical solution is something that would be implemented at the transmission system level. And that was a place where the state likely lacks the authority to require anybody to do anything. So I just wonder if it's worth, the New Hampshire legislature noodling on this, come up with a bill and elevate a standard in which we don't have any authority. That's all.
The original bill recognized that fact, and it mandated that the utilities do a study essentially and create a report to explain how they could make this happen. And so that gets around the problem that you're describing of NERC and FERC control over the transmission system. The problem with the original bill was, though, that it came at the problem from a direction that maybe isn't going to be effective. And it seems that the real issue here is that the NERC standard for dealing with these events is just not high enough. Well, we can't change that. But what we could do is we could ask the utilities if they could work to develop an internal standard or a standard for the state of New Hampshire that was different from that of NERC, if it is feasible and if it is financially possible to put something like that together. That's what I think the study committee should work on, is trying to address the weakness of the NERC standard on this subject and see if there's anything we can do as a state. I think New Hampshire has shown some great leadership on energy policy in the past, and I'd like to see us continue to move forward with showing leadership on energy policy going into the future. And this is one way I think we can do it. Even if we can't persuade our utilities to actually harden the grid here, if we can at least get that conversation started, then other states may join that conversation, and maybe even NERC might be involved. Now, I will tell you that in Epping, I'm fortunate to have as a constituent, a neighbor, and a friend, a man who worked in engineering at ISO New England for 25 years. Before that, he worked for Eversource. And he is an electrical engineer and a real expert about this stuff. And I've already reached out to him. His name is John Simonelli. And I've already reached out to him and asked him if he could help our study committee, our subcommittee, come up with some ideas about how we might effectuate some change in this area. And he is agreeable to that. Unfortunately, he recently moved to North Carolina, so he's not here right at the moment, but he still owns his house in Epping and comes back here occasionally. So whether he'll be here around the time our subcommittee meets, I don't know, but he'll be able to offer some ideas anyway, and he's agreed to do that. So I think we will move forward with this unless I hear any strong objection why we shouldn't. I've talked to Representative McGee about this. I think she agrees that it's worth taking a look at this to see if we can find a way to show some leadership on this issue. So we'll move in that direction and see what happens. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. Just to reiterate, New Hampshire led the way for getting the resolution adopted for NCSL for the entire nation to understand what this issue is. I think it's only proper that we in New Hampshire come up with something first here to further the idea, to raise awareness, and perhaps come away with something that we can move forward on later on, and possibly bring forward more information to the national organization, NCSL, later on, and how we can get moving on this nationwide.
And I want to reiterate that we're very sensitive, of course, to the potential impact of legislations such as this on the bottom line of our state's utilities, and we're going to be very sensitive to that. But we're hoping that we can come up with some kind of a plan that is workable and affordable. And those two things will always be at the top of our list of criteria for developing anything. Representative Harrington.
I just would make one quick comment on this. I tend to agree. I think we're dealing with a regional issue, not a state issue. But if we want to move forward, go ahead. But understand, this is not going to be cheap in any stretch of the imagination. You're talking power transformers. If you want one in 5 years, you better have ordered it yesterday. And there's a waiting list for them, and they're expensive. And you're talking about upgraded power transformers. So just go in this with your eyes open, because this is going to be. If we recommend changing power transformers, you're talking multi-billion-dollar project.
Yes, I think we heard that from the bill's sponsor and from the expert witness that came in to explain this to us. So we're well aware that actually implementing this will be expensive. But the more important issue is getting the process started to, A, understand what needs to be done, and then figuring out a way to do it. Representative Mattson.
I just wanted to add that, we've been trying to get the federal government involved in this for the last 2-3 decades, and it just doesn't go anywhere. So we're trying to start from the bottom up instead of the top down. So this is just how we're trying to initiate it.
Okay, so the subcommittee has been formed, and I will take charge of organizing its first and calling its first meeting. And we will do that in the not too distant future. So it looks like we have about 7 minutes before the start of our next public hearing. So we'll take a brief pause, bathroom break, and see you all back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. It's a little after 2 o'clock, and we have a public hearing scheduled next on House Bill 1739 FN relative to energy infrastructure, economic development, and workforce training for large-scale data facilities. Now, I do not have a pink card from the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Salvi, nor do I have a pink card from any of the other sponsors of the bill that I'm aware of. So is Representative Salvi here? How about Representative Gregg? Representative Spear? Representative Boris? Representative Kluger? Representative Charasia? Representative Manahar? Senator Avard? They all seem to be from Nashua or the Nashua area. So in the absence of one of those folks to introduce the bill, I've asked Representative McGee if she would consider introducing the bill, and she has agreed. So I'm now going to call on Representative McGee to introduce this legislation. And I hope everyone recognizes that she is not an expert on this bill. She is just simply going to introduce it.
Thanks. Thanks, all.
Representative McGee.
So nice to be among friends. Yes, thanks. I'm Representative McGee from Hillsborough 35. That's Hollis. This bill, I actually did do a read-through of it recently, and it's basically an economic development bill. And I think what the sponsors are trying to do is find a way to encourage data centers or large-scale data facilities into New Hampshire in a way that actually provides funding to municipalities and benefits to municipalities. So their attempt is to define how the relationship of someone who's going to be entering into bringing a business like this to New Hampshire, how that would go forward. So the first section under Chapter 162 talks about data center investments and grid modernization. So I think they're trying to really help us understand that in order to attract these businesses, we probably should require that they help us to modernize our grid, which is another sort of, state goal. So I think that they've made a good attempt in trying to define what a data center campus is, what a grid modernization agreement might be based upon, so that there is an aspect of them helping us fix our infrastructure if they're going to be partaking. On section 3 under line 16, and we're just kind of all reading along the bill together because, again, it's not my bill, but the non-gas generation really means just that they're trying to encourage people to have their electricity generated by other means like nuclear, hydroelectric, solar with storage, wind or geothermal, so that there's no more impact on emissions, I'm assuming. And then the next section on line 18, which would be 162 V3, is property tax stabilization agreements. And that one's basically saying that municipalities can offer a phased property tax stabilization agreement, or the payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot, for a qualifying data center. So again, that's the encouragement, that's the incentive that they're trying to put out there for our, our review. And I think they've probably modeled this off of other states that have already attempted this. I'm just guessing, but there's enough definition in here that it looks like they've, done a little homework to try and figure out how this could be accomplished. The next section on line 24 is the transferable business tax credit, where a developer of a qualifying data center campus can be eligible for a transferable credit against the business profits tax and business enterprise tax equal to a percentage of construction costs subject to a statewide cap of 20% of the total construction costs. So it's a 20% incentive to bring this type of business here. And again, it would be contingent on them entering into the next section, which is the grid modernization agreement. So there's a requirement that they will be figuring out some way to help us improve our infrastructure. So I don't purport to know all of the details of everything that comes after this, but it says, full payment of direct interconnection costs. I also have a bill on data centers, which is not as detailed as this one, where I'm concerned about that shifting of costs. So I think they're saying right up front, you're paying interconnection costs, because those are big costs, so the business would bear those. And annual procurement or financing of their generation. And it has to be equal to the facility's annual New Hampshire load, which means you're not going to change the demand in the state, right? You're going to bring your own energy. Enroll in grid stabilizing programs, including demand response. So that's kind of what we're talking about this morning. Maybe that means batteries, I don't know. So basically, there's the next section on line 9 on page 2 is about the fast tracking of sites that meet certain criteria and community protections and benefits. So they have a section there saying, if you come, there has to be something in it for the people who house the facility, workforce development section, oversight and enforcement section, which are fairly slight. And then on line 23 on page 2, it talks about a data center campus development credit. There's also, they also discuss working with local colleges, I believe, in here as well. But the end of the bill didn't make sense to me, and I mentioned it to the chairman when we spoke, because it says the effective date shall take place by April 1st of 2026, and we don't even have crossover by then, so the bill can't be enacted into law by April, so that would need to be fixed. And it would have to be, July or later, because we don't know when the governor's going to sign it if it does go all the way through. So I think the fiscal note is a place that we probably want to pay some attention, and I believe we also have someone who handed out a DRA analysis. So the Department of Revenue Administration wants to talk to us about concerns they have for the bill. But my overall view of the bill is that it's really an attempt to figure out how to quantify the way we want these businesses to come into the state if they come into the state. I noticed that under the fiscal note, and maybe the DRA person will reiterate this, there's no mention of water. And a lot of times data centers take a lot of water. So if we are looking for benefits towards the community, I would think that that would be something we might have to add to it. But that's all I know about the bill, since I just read it with you, basically. But yeah, so if you have any questions about what's in the bill, I can try to answer them, or I can go away and, oh, you have a question?
Okay, we have folks from DOE, from DRA, from Eversource, and others who want to speak on the bill. So go ahead, Representative Thomas.
Sure, Representative Wendy Thomas. And I realize you are not the sponsor of this bill, but you mentioned the water consumption, which is something that definitely needs to be added for public concerns. In addition to that, I've also seen lots of bills that say during high demand, energy is shunted from the data center to the communities to serve them first. So I think that we need to look at something in addition to this. And there's nothing in here. This bill talks about finances, but it also talks about public protection, which kind of, it's a little all over the place. But there's nothing about public comment or how the public can react or anything like that. And again, I know you're not the sponsor, but going forward, if we do a study committee on this.
Well, I'll just say for myself as not the sponsor, but the person who's up here, when I read the bill, I thought that this was a good attempt, but I think it's something that would also need a study committee or it would probably need more work to get it over the finish line, and we have to listen to the people behind me to figure out. But I take your point on those issues. There are also issues.
Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Not a question, but a comment that section 6, starting on line 9, page 2, talks about fast track citing, but nowhere does it mention RSA 162H, which is our site evaluation committee statute, which also has a provision for fast tracking. So I'm not sure what this section is trying to accomplish there, but
Yeah, I
we
think
will hear
it looks
more
like
in
they're
just-
trying to use brownfield zones, right? They're saying maybe there's places where they would be more appropriately cited. So it does give the specifics of designated eligible industrial and brownfield zones. So I don't know what their intention is with that, but I think
I guess the point I was trying to make is you still have to go to the site evaluation
Right.
committee. So,
Yep.
All right, thank you for introducing the bill. And now I'll call on Josh Elliott from the Department of Energy to give us his, as usual, thorough analysis of this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs, and I will take that comment as a compliment. So the department is neutral on House Bill 1739 as introduced. I do want to walk through a couple of questions for consideration for the committee should they decide to move forward on this particular piece of legislation. On page 1, lines 9 through 12, this is the discussion about the definition of a data center campus, where it does, if you read through, most of the elements that would set the threshold as to what a data center campus is actually not defined here, but rather defers to an unnamed executive branch agency to define in rule. So I would think, given the policy choice that's here, that either an agency should not do this in rules, but should be something that the legislature decides to set as a definition, especially where there's a policy decision here about whether or not to offer tax incentives. I will keep my comments limited to just the energy nexus piece of it, either the departments or dealing with the energy infrastructure. Generally, not the tax provisions. I don't know anything about that. I'm thankful DRA is here because they can speak to those pieces. In addition, on page 1, lines 13 through 15, this is the definition of a grid modernization agreement. It requires both the department and the PUC to approve this, but it doesn't contemplate a scenario of where there might be a disagreement between the two bodies. So that would be helpful to clarify to either pick one or the other, or have some stipulation as to what to do if there's a disagreement. On page 2, lines 1 through 8, this is sort of discussing about the grid modernization agreement itself. Particularly, I want to draw your attention to line 4, where it reads full payment of direct interconnection costs and a defined share of network upgrades. I would like to point out specifically here, the way that this typically works is referred to as a cost causer pays. So all the interconnection costs plus any of the impact to the network, to the electrical distribution network that a new user would have, they currently under current practice pay for 100% of all of those costs. So it implies here that the rest of the ratepayers would pick up whatever the undefined share is in this. So I think that would certainly need some work to ensure that the rest of the ratepayers are not paying for upgrades to benefit a specific facility. Page 2, lines 9 through 12, and I apologize doing this way because it's all in one section, so I apologize doing it based on line number, but I couldn't figure out an easier way to do this. 9 through 12, this is the fast track siting. The department doesn't have any expertise in designating these parcels. We don't have any existing databases that would give us access to those. Also, permitting is not defined and doesn't indicate if this is local permitting. Permitting done by the Site Evaluation Committee, which does siting for generation typically, or environmental permitting, which is done by DES, or if there's any animal impact that can be done by Fish and Game as well. So some clarity would need to be done there. I will say the only nexus I can see that the site evaluation committee would get involved would be if they have on-site generation that was of a certain size. Beyond that, I don't think there would be necessarily any role for the site evaluation committee to, unless there were significant upgrades to the transmission system, for example, or significant upgrades to the distribution system that would require greenfield lines going somewhere. But if it's within the existing footprint, there would be no reason for the site evaluation committee to be involved in particular. Again, still on page 2, lines 13 through 15, this talks about the community benefits, protections and benefits. I just want to draw the attention to the particular benefit that's included there, resident bill credits funded by net revenues on on-site power exported to the grid on line 15 there. This is more of just a policy consideration for the committee. There may be other things that the community wants other than resident on-bill credits. There could be a variety of other things. We're talking about groundwater withdrawals. They could say, hey, we'd like you to, pay for all of the water system upgrades. Plus, hey, actually, if this is going to knock us over the edge, we need a new water treatment plant. Tell you what, why don't you pay the bond on the full water treatment plant? Or paying debt service on something else, or, buying a new fire truck, right? You could go down the list. I certainly wouldn't presume what a community would want out of one of these agreements. So I don't think it may be helpful to leave that more open-ended to let the community itself decide what would be of benefit to it. Lastly, on page 2, lines 20 through 22, this is the oversight and enforcement mechanisms. So the department does not, nor does the PUC, have any authority or expertise in developing, overseeing, or enforcing workforce commitments or environmental standards. You will see, if you look online, there is an updated fiscal note with the bill. My understanding, talking to Ms. Stone in the back, that the version you may have does not have the updated fiscal note from the department, which indicates we would need 3 positions in order to be able to do this. Again, these are to fulfill the duties that are outside the authority of the department, again, especially in either the permitting side and the workforce piece of it as well. Lastly, I would say there are, to our knowledge, again, depending on how you count, between 8 and 10 data centers that already exist in the state. These are small facilities. They're, either very, very, they're not sort of the hyperscale facilities that you see popping up in Virginia or in other parts of the country. They're just small for a specific company for a specific purpose. Not these big data centers that this legislation contemplates. However, this legislation would all have to contemplate, depending on what's decided as a definition for data center campus, as to how existing data center campuses would be treated. So with that, I'm happy to conclude my remarks and take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of this bill mentions large data center facilities, but I don't really see anything about largeness or size or anything in the bill. Does the department have a way to characterize what it means for a data center to be large?
Not off the top of my head. We could certainly go back and look and see if there's standards in other states. That might be something that we could apply. It would probably be based on some combination of square footage of the actual facility or campus. Usually there are multiple buildings if it's one of these hyperscale facilities, as well as electricity demand.
Representative Notter.
You mentioned that we have 10 small data centers. Can you tell me where some of them are?
Sure. So there's a variety of different websites. Some of them, I'm trying to believe Business Insider has one, as well as the U.S. Department of Energy has one as well. I'm not sure why there's one with 8 and one with 10. There's a couple small ones in Manchester. I believe based on the names of them, they're dealing with telecommunications rather than sort of big internet traffic kind of things, or AI or those types of level of centers. I believe there's one in the Upper Valley. There's one up in Littleton. 3 in the Manchester area, 1 in Salem, and 1 on the Seacoast, if I remember off the top of my head.
Interesting. Follow-up?
Follow-up.
It's my understanding that the data centers can use reclaimed water. Would that include river water?
I am not an expert on when it comes to cooling. I don't see any reason why they couldn't, although I believe that would fall into DES's purview, because that would be I believe it would be a surface water withdrawal or something like that. There would be some other permitting that would happen in order to be able to withdraw that amount of water from a water body, I believe.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Referring onto the beginning of the bill here, line 13 on the first page of the actual bill itself, it talks about grid modernization agreement, or GMA, means a binding agreement between the developer and the Department of Energy and PUC that includes cost-sharing energy sourcing and community benefits provisions. Is there any such thing as a binding agreement between anybody and the Department of Energy and the PUC? And what does cost-sharing energy sourcing mean to you?
Thank you for the question. To my knowledge, there are no binding agreements that exist with either any private entity that include both the Department of Energy and the PUC. That wouldn't normally be, a contract that would go through governor and council, right? There would be a bid for a solicitation that would go out either for consultants or something like that. But I can't imagine a scenario where both of us would be included. Energy sourcing, that one's a little bit complicated. I had additional questions on that based on the way that the grid modernization agreement sort of stipulations are spelled out on page 2. So, for example, on line 5, page 2, line 5, annual procurement or financing of non-gas generation equal to a facility's annual New Hampshire load. Procurement, that's pretty straightforward. Either it's a bilateral agreement right there or a PPA or something like that of where an entity may be purchasing electricity directly from a generator, or they are purchasing a sufficient number of renewable energy certificates to cover their load. Financing, I have no idea what that means.
Follow up.
Where it talks about cost-sharing energy sourcing, who's sharing the cost with who? Can you get it from here? Well, let him answer it, please. Because it seems like the Department of Energy is going to be involved in this cost-sharing.
Yeah, so I believe my assumption is that it refers to the stipulation on page 2, line 4, which is talking about interconnection costs as well as defined share of network upgrades. That's my guess.
Okay, but who is it shared with? Cost sharing implies more
I
than
would
one
assume with
partner.
the ratepayers, I would assume.
Ratepayers are paying for it, okay.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for your testimony, and I'm hoping that this bill goes to a study committee because I think there's some good things in it, but I think things need to be modified to a degree. Can you please provide your testimony in writing to us because you raised a lot of points?
Yes, I have a letter. I did not bring enough copies, so I'm happy to submit it electronic.
All right, and follow up.
Follow up.
Because you mentioned it, I'm going to ask, on page 1, lines 11 and 12, you talked about rules, but you said there's the wording on 11 and 12 is job creation thresholds established by rule. Does New Hampshire have a rule that establishes how many jobs are created? Is that what that means?
So I read that to interpret that any of the definitions about what a data center campus, including either the size based on data processing, storage, transmission with minimal capital investment, square footage, and job creation thresholds. So I read that as all of those all together.
Okay.
Yes, establish in rule, which would be, I think those are all things given that there's a will of the legislature to set a policy that would incentivize the development of these in the state, that the legislature should provide clear indication or direction as to what exactly that thing is that they want to incentivize.
All right, so just to clarify, there is a job creation threshold rule.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I heard someone ask about large-scale data centers, or I'm not sure if that's the same thing as a large-scale campuses, but would you, is it your understanding that a large-scale data center, as I see by definition, is about 10 million square feet of space with thousands of servers? Would that be your impression of what this bill is referring to?
I would think so. It's not defined in the statute, but yes, if you're looking at sort of these hyperscale facilities, they're usually in, campus is the right way to describe them. But in terms of how big, how much of whatever, whether you want to talk about processing power, whether the square footage, electricity demand, water demand, there's all those different sort of thresholds that you can set that would define what a large data center is. But I don't think there is a government sanctioned or defined what counts as large versus what counts as medium versus small.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hi, Mr. Elliott. Nice to see you again. So I thank you for your answers to the questions so far. Some of the parts that I glazed over, like the workforce section, I think are modified by the stuff that we're looking at on page 1. So I wonder if you, under lines 10, 11, and 12, it's talking about facilities that are primarily engaged in data processing, storage, and transmission with minimal capital investment, square footage, and job creation thresholds established by rule, which is what Representative Wendy Thomas just mentioned. And then when you go to the page under workforce development, it basically is saying developers shall fund partnerships with university systems and colleges to support certificate programs in data center operations, power systems, networking, and cybersecurity. So it looks like what they're trying to do is anticipate that when they put together this agreement, they will be illustrating and negotiating, basically, which benefits they will be providing so that the state has an accounting of what benefits it thinks it will derive. Does that read with your reading of this, or does that agree with your reading of this? Because it seems to me like that's what they're saying here.
Yeah, so that's my understanding, or at least you'd have to sort of make a couple of logical assumptions as you have. The concern I have as an agency is that there's no, if there's job creation thresholds, right? Should an agency be the one deciding what that threshold should be? On the reverse, on the other side of it, right? If there is, you will see these, pretty commonly depending on what kind of project is done, right? There's usually, sometimes there'll be a workforce agreement, right? They provide funding to a local community college system to set up a pipeline for workers going into that particular field. So it's not an uncommon thing in terms of these types of, when you have a large entity coming to town, for a lack of a better way of putting it, right? To have some sort of mechanism like this. Now, sometimes they may just do it just as part of, for a community relations piece of it, or, for their own, frankly, for their own financial best interest, right? Because they want to have a workforce to be able to actually work at the facility that they're building. Again, my concern as Department of Energy is that I have no basis, we have no technical expertise in terms of evaluating what is a good one of these, or a bad one of these, or a mediocre one of these.
And I'm assuming as far as the grid modernization agreement goes, you're also saying we're not necessarily qualified to negotiate that agreement because you don't know what to ask for, you don't know what limits to set, and you don't know these businesses.
When it comes to the pieces that interface with the grid, that we have a little more of an expertise on. We understand how, and then certainly the utility would have the most in-depth knowledge about what's going on in there. In terms as a financial regulator, we're concerned about who pays for it, right, at the end of the day. So in terms of, that's what gives me a little pause again on page 2, line 4, where it contemplates that the ratepayer will pick up a portion of whatever the infrastructure costs are for these projects to go in.
That's interesting because I read that differently. I read that as the GMA will quantify what the full payment of the direct interconnection costs are going to be, right? So it's clear. And also the defined share of network upgrades, meaning that whatever's on them is on them so that it doesn't get placed on others. I think that's where they were going, even though I'm not sure.
Thank you for the question. That is entirely possible. The way that I read that is that, again, first part of the clause, absolutely clear. Full payment interconnection cost, full stop. The second part, a defined share of the network upgrades. So I read that as contemplating there are network upgrades that will need to happen as a result of one of these data centers going in a particular location, and that the data center itself will be responsible for a defined share of those costs, not the full cost of that. So I think that I could see it I could see it your way, I could see it my way. I think it would, if in either case, I think it would need to be made clear as to what exactly that is referring to.
You don't think that would be part of the GMA? Wouldn't you be negotiating the GMA? That's what I'm saying.
Well, under current practice, they would pay 100% of those costs, including the interconnection costs and any impact or any changes that are needed for the electric distribution system that only happen as a result of that entity going in. That entity pays the full costs of those.
Whether it's your way or her way, some people want to know, what would Frank Sinatra say? Representative Corman.
Thank you, and thanks again for taking my question. I'm looking at the workforce development section, lines 16 through 19 on page 2, and it talks about partnerships with the university system and community colleges to support certificate programs in data center operations, power systems, networking, and cybersecurity. I'm happy to stipulate that we have such programs in networking and cybersecurity. I don't know, I'm asking you because I don't know if anybody else in the room can answer this. Do we know whether we even have programs in the university and community college system in data center operations and power systems?
I am not aware, for the first one, I am not aware if there's any data center operations training programs, certificate programs, either offered at the community college system or the university system. There are some certificate programs I believe Manchester Community College offers, but I think they're more focused towards the distribution system in terms of like line worker programs and things like that. I don't know if they necessarily have any sort of operation systems one, but I understand, not to throw Eversource under the bus, Eversource is in the room, so they may, or some from the other utilities may have a sense if there are power systems, which I understand to be reading through this, to be, managing the electrical distribution system. So I'm not aware if they have any courses on the outside or if that's something that they just do in-house.
Representative Summers.
Thank you for taking my question. Just a quick clarification. So we know that, for example, you were talking about small to medium size. For example, Comcast in Manchester has a data center. There's multiple data centers across the border in Massachusetts, including Crown Castle. If they decided to move their data center that they already have established, medium to large, up to New Hampshire, would they in this way this is written, it looks like they would qualify for the same tax deduction because there's no clarification on what large is?
I would agree that there's no clarification as to what large is. Whether or not that they would qualify for any of the tax incentives, I would defer that question to the Department of Revenue Administration.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for being here and call next on Lauren O'Sullivan from the Department of Revenue Administration. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. So for the record, my name is Lauren O'Sullivan. I'm a senior financial analyst at the Department of Revenue Administration. We do not take a position on this bill, but we come here today to just point out some technical questions and concerns that we have as it relates to the data campus development credit portion of the bill. So the first thing I want to talk about is that the legislation does not specify any agency, which agency is required to develop the rules defining what would be a qualifying data center campus. But it does indicate that the DRA would be responsible for approving the eligibility criteria as defined by the municipal vote. So if it's intended that the DRA establish that criteria by rule or approve a municipality's establishment of eligibility criteria in some fashion, more guidance and express rulemaking directive will be needed. Also, it's not clear to us how this credit is intended to operate and be capped, so we made several assumptions on how we think this is going to work. The first being that We assume that a developer could take this credit against their business tax liabilities and amount up to 20% of their total expenditures for construction of the qualifying data center campus during the taxable period and is limited by their tax liability for that period. We also assume that this credit can be transferred to any taxpayer, regardless of their location, who pays business taxes in New Hampshire, such that the credit available could be bought, sold, or traded, and therefore fully utilized in the taxable period earned, and there wouldn't be any carry forward available. The DRA also assumes that the credit would be available to be taken against either the business enterprise or the business profits tax, and it would not be a cascading credit, meaning if you use it against your business enterprise tax first, it does not, it reduces your BET credit against the BPT. And also, sorry, I lost my spot. So we would just need the legislation to really clarify that, because if that was the intent on how the credit would work. Further, if our assumptions are correct, we can implement this credit in a straightforward fashion, and we can do that by modifying our revenue management system to permit the credit to be claimed. However, there is one provision that would be new territory for the agency, and that will require us to modify our system and also hire additional staff to implement the credit. So, that saying, part of the credit sounds like we would need to track the registration, track, and transfer of credits, which we have not done for any other credit in the state. So we would need to be able to, in order to be able to track that, we can modify our system, but we do allow paper returns filed. So we would need a means to get that to scan into our systems and also transfer that. And it also should be noted that there could be complications administering this credit when we do audit the developer. And if the credit has to change in any way, then the person who may have bought the credit from the developer will impact their taxes when they claim it. So we'd have to implement some rules for that. And so that means we would need rulemaking authority in order to do that, and that's not in this bill as it's currently written. And also, we believe that the proposed legislation was effective for April 1st, 2026, and that is to correspond with the property tax year. However, this is a business tax credit, and we would actually need this portion of the credit in order to simplify implementing it to tie to a business tax year or a state fiscal year period. And when I talked about costs earlier, we would need an appropriation of about $40,000 to amend our system in order to monitor the trading and selling of the credit. And we would need 2 additional tax examiner 3s in our taxpayer services division, beginning in fiscal year 27.
Okay, thank you. That's extensive testimony you provided to us. And
No, for such a
there's
small little
probably
portion.
some questions about it. So Representative Reynolds, why don't you start us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. Obviously, very helpful testimony. My question would be, would it be possible in, writing the rules for these tax credits, would it be possible to circumscribe them in a way so as to minimize the administrative burden on DRA? For example, would it be possible to say that these tax credits are not transferable? It sounds like tracking that would be a big burden. Would it be possible to say, to do other things and just with the goal of having a tax credit, but not having it be a whole new burden on the department?
Well, that's definitely possible. We're not saying that we can't do this. It's just in order to expand what we're doing, it would cost money. So we're willing to work with the sponsors or whatever committee to come up with language that would, address some of these issues. And if that is to simplify it by saying this is not transferable, that's one way you can solve the problem.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. With regard to the very last sentence on page 3, where you say you need 2 additional tax examiners 3s to hire, I assume you're making an assumption on how many data centers you'd be covering. So what is the metric you used for that?
I'll have to get back to you on that. So I'll reach out to our Director of Taxpayer Services to see how they got to that.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not a tax accountant, but I do know that taxes can be extremely complex. So my question is, if whatever we do in this bill to accommodate to make things unclear for what we have in this bill, do you think that it might open up a door for other tax implications for other businesses that were not unintended? By changing one, do we affect something else?
Not that I'm aware of. So I would have to see what the improved language would look like.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being with us today. Mike, I have a comment. The first comment is, would it not be helpful if we had the BEA involved in this discussion that does not currently have a commissioner, I believe, in charge of it? That's just a comment/question. But also, the positions that you're discussing that would have to be named in the technology upgrades, out in the real world, the business world, we call those operating leverage. So could you take on, say, 10 of these projects if you had that software upgrade, and the 2 positions, are these leverageable positions?
Well, I would say that the tax examiners can be used on other parts of the mission in the agency, but their first priority would be to administering those credits, just because we are at the bare minimum right now.
So if somebody were to be brought on, two new positions were to be brought on to administer those credits, could those people also administer 10 other credits or other baskets of credits as other new data centers were to be brought into the state?
Well, I think that would all be, from my understanding, that's all part of the same program. So that's what they would be working on.
Okay, so it would be leverageable. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for taking time out of your day to come talk to us. Nice to meet you. Next up is Griffin Roberge from Eversource. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Griffin Roberge, Manager of Government Affairs for Eversource. For the record, I always do love being thrown under the bus by my former boss, Josh Elliott. So I just want to say that for the record. So we are opposed to the bill as introduced, and it's really due to, I think, a lot of the questions that this committee has asked here today about, I think more clarity in certain components of the bill that are needed before this is maybe ready for prime time. We are neutral on the parts of the bill dealing with state tax credits, a streamlined citing process for data center development. I think our concerns largely lie in the language on the top of page 2, dealing with grid modernization agreements. The agreements, as written in the bill, seem to give a lot of authority to the Department of Energy, the Public Utilities Commission, and this developer to enter into these GMAs to do a number of things. But for us, these agreements don't appear, at least in the language of the bill, to include any level of utility involvement, because grid interconnection, as has been mentioned on line 4 on page 2, grid interconnection is a very core utility function, as we are the folks who manage our systems. So we are unsure, at least again, based on the bill, who these interconnection costs are being paid to, if they funnel to the department and the PUC, and then they funnel to us. That's not entirely clear. I think when DOE and Josh were up here just talking about the defined share of network upgrades, I think the exchange between him and Representative McGee. I think we would agree with that, the confusion in that language. So should this bill go forward, I think we'd certainly like to see some language in there that preserves the utility's ability to certainly manage and operate its own system. Additionally, on line 15, the bill calls for resident bill credits funded by net revenues from on-site power exported to the grid. Again, it's unclear to us how the proposed bill credits would work if the assumed on-site generation does not comply with the state's net metering laws. So that's something that we feel would warrant some further examination. But beyond that, those are really just the points I wish to raise on behalf of Eversource, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Representative Reynolds has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It might be two, maybe just a question with a, thanks for being back here. Mr. Roberge, always appreciate your testimony. Don't you think, with respect to your comment about the interconnection costs, don't you think it's possible that the sponsors of the bill in writing a provision like the one on line 4, that they might just not be aware that the current status quo is that anyone interconnecting to the grid and burdening the grid pays full interconnection costs?
Yes.
Already. Yep. I mean, I don't read it as that they mean to create some new payment of costs, right?
Yes, to your point, yes. I realize the sponsor, I haven't had the chance to speak with the sponsor, understand their intent. I think, again, I'm just commenting on what the language is in front of me. I'm sure that might be their intent to obviously work with the utility. I just think we'd like that to be a little bit more clear, I guess, in the legislation.
And secondly,
Follow up.
thank you. As regarding the, they mentioned, bill credits. Don't you think they also could be contemplating, obviously, anyone who builds a big data center, puts solar on the roof, and is interconnecting to the grid, it's not optional for them to comply with the net metering requirements. They must comply, right? And,
Yep.
And then the bill credits that they're talking about could be, I would expect that they're talking about, the current rules for group net metering. So where might those credits might go?
Sure, and I appreciate the question. It's, again, it says on-site power exported to the grid, as I think folks in this room are certainly aware. New Hampshire's net metering statute is capped out at 5 megawatts for a municipal host, and then there's, a 1 megawatt cap for all other types of customer generators. I again can't assume what data center developers might have in terms of a size of a system. But again, we'd want to make sure that whatever that they are exporting certainly complies with current net metering laws. Again, this language is just quite broad. So, but to your point, thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. A large data center could require quite a bit of power, probably more than they could reasonably produce on site unless they had a really big generation facility. I've read up to 100 megawatts. If that's the case, what would the interconnection scenario look like? It's not like they can just call up you guys and say, I need it by Tuesday. How long would this take?
No, that's a fair question. So, any type of system that wishes to, any type of generator, whether it's a small scale solar, a medium to large solar installation, a new large generation facility, or a data center, would undergo a type of interconnection study to review the impacts that new asset would have on our system. I imagine, a data center of several hundred megawatts, as maybe you mentioned, that is a sizable thing to site on our system. So there would be, I don't want to assign time lengths or anything, or assume, what a potential data center might look like. It depends on location. It depends on how large a facility wants to be. But There would be, probably a length of time to conduct an interconnection study. Depending on the size, there might also be studies with ISO New England as well. That would take a fair amount of time. Again, depending on the sizes of these systems that would be looking to interconnect. I wouldn't want to assign a specific time or anything like that, again, because variables can change on these systems. But to your point, it's not something I imagine you can do overnight. So.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. My question is about the competition for electrons. So, if we were looking at a data center that was going to be taking the kind of megawatts that Representative Corman was suggesting, or larger, where do we stand in terms of our current state systems for accommodating that without displacing existing customer demand? Like, do we have enough energy coming in to meet demand, or would it result in, because the demand would be going up, would it result in cost increases to people?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, these developers, these data centers that might wish to interconnect, we have discussed them. If somebody's looking to interconnect, the way that New Hampshire's policy works is that if you are interconnecting, you pay all the necessary costs for those upgrades. Regarding a data center that comes along that, likely needs a significant level of electric demand, we've discussed this numerous times in this committee. Regional wide, like we are seeing electric demand begin to increase, and there's not a lot of new generation in the pipeline to meet that growing demand. So, economics 101, supply and demand, there will likely be constraints there, and maybe some price impacts for the fact that you have now higher electric demand and not a lot, static, I would say, generation in the region to meet that newer demand. So I wouldn't necessarily, I think my response to your question is more broad on a regional basis, again, based on the discussions that we've had in this committee, is that when you have increasing demand, but not new supply to meet that growing demand, there are likely to be, impacts on energy supply rates.
Go ahead.
So the follow-up on that then would be, you guys probably do projections in terms of increased demand that you're anticipating in the state. And I know that for years we were working on, lowering our emissions in the generation sector. And when we switched fuel types, I know we were at a point where we were, with energy efficiency and all, kind of levelizing the demand. We weren't seeing increases in demand.
Yep.
But aren't the projections for this state, not necessarily the whole region, which I'm sure is going up, but for this state, do you have projections as a utility provider for increased demand in the future coming, whether or not we have the data centers?
Yes, we do studies. Yes, we anticipate increased demand. Am I in a position here to go through charts and numbers and everything like that? No, but yes, to your point, I think we're expecting increased demand in the years ahead.
Be demand on top of that demand.
Correct.
Yeah.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for being here. And I'm going to make an assumption that Uber data centers are on your radar for the utility. And I'm assuming that you're starting to make provisions for it. So my question is, if we do not legislate with guardrails for these very large data centers, will you be able to do whatever you want?
So I think my answer to that question is we would treat data centers like any other interconnecting customer, whether it is a large generator, a large solar installer, or that type of thing. Again, we are a transmission and distribution provider. We do not own generation or anything like that. So if somebody wishes to interconnect to our system, we will study the impact that proposed project will have on our system, and we will work with that developer to identify, the ways to interconnect to our system. But again, if a developer does not wish to interconnect based on the outcome of that study, they don't have to interconnect.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to try not to get into the weeds and try to keep it simplistic, but every data center I've ever been into has redundant grids going into it. So is there locations where, for example, Eversource or Unitil overlap to provide Secondly, would the power be shared across both of these, limiting the amount of power that each one of them has to provide, being it's redundant? And third, even if a location provided its own power, would it also need self-power to be a redundant backup in case it did provide their own power on location?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, just taking notes. If I missed something, please feel free to cut me off and go back. But, you know, with a lot of large-scale sites that look to interconnect to our system, I think in terms of reliability and safety, we certainly do try to find ways to build in redundancies when possible. Regarding your questions of, I guess, sharing the load between Eversource and Unitil, I'm not entirely, I think that's what you were talking about, but yeah, I couldn't speak to that definitively. I think I'd want to err on the side that we likely wouldn't be doing something like that. But obviously, when a customer does interconnect, we try to build in redundancies. As I think this committee, again, knows, you know, data centers do rely on a very, you know, constant supply of energy that's not intermittent. It's a really high power quality. So we want to make sure that any type of interconnection to our system has the adequate technology in place to, you know, meet that customer need. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't a question, but I just wanted to remind everybody and maybe let Mr. Roberge off the hook a little bit that, you know, we heard from ISO New England a month ago, of course, and looking at the sheet they gave us, they said that the grid latest annual forecast projects an increase of over 11% in annual regional electricity use between 2025 and 2034. So lots of people are thinking about the growth in demand. I'm sure some of that is about, you know, increasing use of AI and data centers. So it's not just on, you know, distribution utilities to be thinking about that. And of course, they told us about the new generation queue. There is a lot of new generation proposed, of course. So just for all of our benefit to remember that.
All right, with that, well, thank you, Mr. Robarge. And give the last word on this proposed legislation to Catherine Corkery of the Sierra Club of New Hampshire. Welcome, Ms. Corkery. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking my testimony. My name's Catherine Corkery. I work with New Hampshire Sierra Club, and it's about, I think it's 4,000 to 5,000 members in the state, and another 10,000 supporters in the state. So we represent about 15,000 people. And we are, I don't want to repeat a lot of what we heard already, but we have concerns about this bill. I appreciate that the sponsors did not try to limit it by what the computers are doing, whether it's AI or crypto or data centers or storage, just looking at the facility and the demands of the facility. But we oppose the bill as written and recognize that there are a number of other bills addressing the same issue, and appreciate sort of the breadth of the arena that data centers impact, from the community impacts to the energy impacts to potential tax impacts. And I think that's helpful and perhaps something this committee hasn't thought about. So I'm really glad that the conversation is happening. The bill that passed last year about crypto did not encompass, it wasn't as in-depth as this bill is. but it deals with the same kind of facility. And I think that bill would certainly benefit from the thought and the efforts of this committee to really dig into these issues. Of course, as the Sierra Club, we are concerned with the energy use. And someone already mentioned the water use, and the impacts on local control. I think we heard repeatedly, who's deciding this stuff in this bill? I don't know the answer. There seems to be a number of different panels from the town planning or zoning, depending on your town or city, to the different state agencies. There's a lot going on. And while I appreciate it, it does need some cohesion as a bill. And I do want to say that the cost shifting sort of underlying suggestion is very troubling too. When we consider these large global companies that do this business, asking ratepayers or other taxpayers to pay for their facilities and their business, even I shy at that. I don't think that is something that the state of New Hampshire should be passing on to ratepayers and taxpayers. And this is, I do want to say, I appreciate the effort to focus on renewable energies, or as they call them, non-gas generation. I appreciate that. And I think there's a lot of potential for that. But aside from that, I just want to repeat that we do oppose the bill, but we ask this committee to really look at the details here, and the effort could be very beneficial for the state to put on guardrails for these types of facilities. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Corkery? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Corkery, for taking my question.
Sure.
You mentioned water, and that was mentioned once before. What is the typical scenario for cooling a data center with regard to water, and what are the are there potential environmental impacts, and if so, what might they be?
Yes, last year with the crypto bill, there is an example of a community in upstate New York where the town, where one of these types of data centers came to the town and did not have a separate sort of contract, but they used the municipal water supply. And the demand was like 2 times over what the town normally processed, to their community, 2 times more. And all of a sudden, operations and maintenance costs go up. This is a great facility, but all of a sudden they have to do maintenance that was scheduled for 10 years into the future. And it happened to that community within a year or 2 of the data center moving in. So these types of stresses on infrastructure in a community was a real example that we heard about last year. And I can definitely provide information about that community. And honestly, Sierra Club, we have a lot of other resources for the committee. We have a number of chapters dealing directly with new data centers in their states, Virginia, Georgia, and others. And I'm happy to provide those perspectives and some reports.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So, I mean, with this water that's used, it's got to go somewhere. And I'm assuming that it is warmer going out than it was coming in because it was used for cooling. Typically, where does the water go, and are there impacts from the warmer water?
Absolutely. In the example that I had, the data facility was using a municipal water supply, so it went to, the sewage treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant. But where you have these standalone, basically power plants, they would have to have permits. And in New Hampshire, I think there actually might be some experts behind me. There are a number of permits that you have to do. Putting thermal pollution into a river, say, from these power plants, is highly regulated. It's not good to boil all of the fish in a river if you have a power plant. It's generally frowned upon.
Okay.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Seeing no more questions for Ms. Corkery, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1739. And since we have now reached the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to turn to the next item on our agenda, which is executive session. Yes. Representative Hacken Phillips is here for Representative Swanson. So Representative, welcome to ST&E. I think you've been here before, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. So before I start the executive session, I need to alert everyone to the fact that because this is a Tuesday and tomorrow at noon is the deadline for getting reports into the calendar, I'm going to need committee reports for this executive session before you exit the room this afternoon. So whether you're writing a majority report or a minority report, you need to hand that to me before you leave to go home here this evening. And that's an edict that came down from the Speaker's office. So with that, I'm going to open an exec session on House Bill 1002, repealing the solar energy tax systems tax exemption. And I'm going to recognize Representative Bernardi for a motion.
About to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1002. And I open the floor for discussion. Representative Bernardi, you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The concept here is just one of fundamental fairness. Why are we selecting out just solar generation for a special tax exemption? Why not if I develop or implement a new high efficiency boiler or some other mechanism, a new heat pump? Why am I not going to be eligible for a credit? I don't think we should be picking winners and losers amongst energy users and suppliers. So let's just keep the playing field equal and let it be.
Further discussion, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am really shocked that's the recommendation coming forward, that the motion is to pass this bill. This committee heard a lot of testimony on this bill, and most of it was against. I mean, the BIA was against this. This bill, you know, my colleague, Representative Bernardi, you know, talks about it as if we're enacting this tax credit program. This tax credit is one that a past legislature, way past, this opt-in for municipalities to adopt on their own by their governing body, whether if it's a city council or at town meeting. This has existed in New Hampshire for, I think it's at least 15 years. And we heard that, how many? Okay, lot longer than that. Long time. This opt-in, local option tax credit has existed, and a majority of the towns in New Hampshire have in fact adopted it. This, repealing it, I mean, I don't even know why. This doesn't affect state revenues at all. If we repeal this or let it stand, it doesn't affect the amount of revenue that comes to the state by $1. This is purely about a local policy, and a majority of the towns and cities in the state have adopted it. And suddenly, in 2026, a member and now a party is deciding, I mean, Representative Turcotte, when he testified here, you know, he mentioned at the end the fact that we've played soccer together and hung out, and, you know, I like him as a person. But if I were sitting having a beer with him after soccer, I would be saying to him, Lynn, I'm shocked at the condescending, if not insulting, way that he talked about this, and that this, if this is the recommendation of the majority party, to basically say in 2026, oh, you know, this tax credit that all you towns, majority of you towns and cities in the state have had in effect for 50 years, we've decided we don't want to let you have that. We're gonna undo it. You know, the issue here in this bill is local control, and supposedly New Hampshire is a state that elevates local control. And all of a sudden, this is Big Brother paternalistic state legislature saying, oh, you didn't know what you were doing when you passed this tax exemption. You ought not to be doing this. We think you just were mistaken, and we're going to take away your authority to do it. So I just can't believe it.
I'm going to beg to differ with you about the local control aspect of this bill. I think this actually protects local control. Local control is subject frequently to being hijacked by small factions, especially at the municipal and school district level. It takes away the right of everyone to vote on an issue. I'll give you a perfect example. In my town of Epping, we had on our town warrant, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 3, this very exemption, this solar exemption. And 3 or 4 people, including myself, got up and argued against the exemption. One person got up who happens to be a public official in our town and is very popular in the town, and said that she really needed this solar tax exemption, and so the town ended up voting for it. I see that as a hijacking by a local faction of local control. Whereas if the state steps in and says that there are certain things you shouldn't do, and in this case, I think this is one of those things, then local control is preserved, because now people don't have to risk a faction overtaking a local municipality or school district in order to pass something that's not necessarily in the best interest of the entire town. Remember, these tax exemptions usually apply to people, not to things. Veterans, to reward them for their service to the state. The elderly, to reward them for their longevity and the fact that they've contributed to the community for decades. So those kinds of tax exemptions seem justified. But picking and choosing to give a tax exemption for this, but not a tax exemption for that, even though the two things may be similarly involved, just seems arbitrary. And that's what I think this particular exemption is. It's arbitrary and doesn't belong in statute. Next up, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to push back on what you just said, and then I have another point. It seems that what you said would apply to anything that goes on at town meeting. And any aspect could be, quote, hijacked at a town meeting. So I'm wondering whether what you're really talking about is town meeting, which of course is not in the purview of this committee. But I want to get to dollars and cents. We had Jim Michaud from Hudson here, the flaming liberal bastion of Hudson, representing the select board there. And there they had a 4-0 vote of the Hudson Select Board to oppose this bill. And he pointed out that the town of Hudson has about $2.2 million of solar value out of a $51 billion total evaluation. So the effect on the tax rate of Hudson of having the solar exemption turns out to be, I think he said maybe not even a penny on the tax rate. Yeah. So, I mean, it just seems like the effect of this in the large to a town is really quite small and just isn't necessary.
Representative Kaplan had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I want to push back on the notion that you're protecting democracy or local control in some way by enacting this bill or by recommending its passage. Obviously, voters in a town can be hijacked on any number of issues, but at the end of the day, that's the way democracy works. We respect the principle of one person, one vote. A town meeting is the legislative body of that town. If they decide to pass a provision that grants exemptions to people for any sort of reason, that is their business and that is their right and that is their responsibility to oversee. And for the state to come in and say that the longstanding principle and tradition of local control should be overridden in this one case is to open the door for all sorts of authoritarian measures in the state of New Hampshire, which I don't think anybody wants to see. This is a slippery slope. Local control is an overriding principle that has governed our state for many, many, many decades, if not centuries. And, I just think, when the prime sponsor was here to introduce his bill, I asked him, local control it's not a universal or infinite principle, but it is an important principle. So what is the benefit to the state of overriding it? And in this case, he could not give me a single reason. So, and the notion that we're protecting fairness by enacting an unfair and an imposition on the local bodies, it seems to me almost Orwellian in its use of, saying one thing to mean another. So I just want to push back on your notion that we're protecting local control or democracy. I think it's a slippery slope.
Well, thank you for making the case for me, because you just admitted that local control can be hijacked. And the state has a responsibility to make sure that things that are not fair to everyone don't happen, even if a town wants to vote to make it happen. That's why a measure like this actually protects local control. Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little surprised. I'm going to push back on the pushback. I'm a little bit surprised at the perception of the use of the word democracy we live in a constitutional republic. A democracy means I want your bicycle, and I got, 6 out of 10 people have voted to take it away from you, therefore I get it. Constitutional republic says we're going to protect the minority from some of their rights. And so I look at our role here as looking at the entire state, looking at what's happening. We have people crying about their property taxes. Now, true, the amount of revenue doesn't change, but it does get spread out differently with this exemption. By the way, people that have solar on their property, they're already getting a good deal from their electricity bills, either in credits or money or otherwise. So they're already benefiting from that anyway. We see here as an opportunity to show the people that, for those towns that have enacted this, you've made the other people pay a little more in your property tax. So we're going to say, you know what, maybe that's not such a good idea right now, because we want to make sure that people, however small or big it might be, we're making an attempt here to make sure that your property tax at least is more fairly distributed. And those people that have solar, well, they're already getting low rates on their electricity anyway. So, by the way, local control, I agree with the chair. It's a much overused term in terms of how it's being applied. I mean, we're not a home rule state. We do allow towns to do things that we think that they can do. In other towns, we reserve the right of the state to say what they can or cannot do. And I have personally seen how even in SB2 towns with deliberative sessions, I have seen how the groups of people that will come there to push forward certain warrants, just like they do in town meetings. So a lot of people don't come to deliberative sessions. They can't make it. It's too long for them. Some people might say, well, so what? But you know what? I think we should be looking at some of these people, particularly in my town, which has a very large elderly population. I think they would appreciate anything that could happen if in this particular case. So I really think this is something that is open for good discussion. I'll be voting for it. What happens in the House is another matter. But I think what we just want to tell people that this is some way of just saying, you know what, it's time we take a stand, and anything we can do to reduce where property taxes are being spent is something we should be looking at. So I think this bill is a good start on that one.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, one thing we seem to be losing a little bit in this debate here is that the solar tax credit, where it is available to everybody, it's not affordable to everybody. If you look at the people who have solar panels installed, especially extensive ones, they are much higher income brackets on bigger houses. They probably have central air or a swimming pool or something that would have a larger demand for electricity. You're living in a mobile home, an apartment, a condo. Even if you're in an apartment, you're still paying property taxes, just not directly. But you don't have an option to put in solar panels. And please don't tell me, well, then we need to have government subsidized solar panels for lower income, because that's not the solution either. But there's an awful lot of people who look at it and say, I wouldn't mind having solar panels, but what's the payback period going to be for my $175 or $150 a month electric bill? What's going to be 25 years? That is way, way too long for me to even consider that. I probably have trouble getting financing just to do it. So it's a select few that have enough money or very strong desire to be green that go with the solar. Most of them are higher income people, and they're getting a break. So someone who's in a 1,200 square foot ranch is paying a slightly higher property tax. It's not a lot, but it's slightly higher.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm hearing a lot about really one side of the argument, and I would like to just say something about the 153 towns who have gone through the process of reviewing whether this is a policy that meets their needs in terms of their goals. Although many of the members on this committee and the majority don't consider the emissions implications of adding renewables, I think that was probably the predicate for the original statute. And as was mentioned, it was optional, which means that towns were given the ability to research whether or not this was something that would be of value to their communities. we will be the hijackers if we pass a bill that says that something that you decided for yourself is something we are going to take away because we didn't participate in any of those conversations or any of those votes or any of the decision-making that happens at the town level. And so I would say that you can put a different spin on which perspective you want to choose, but the reality is people do believe that they have some self-determination in their local control, and they also believe in the form of government that allows them a town meeting or a deliberative session. And we are, in effect, taking away something very fundamental by passing something that says we know better what you should be doing, when I know in my town I have an energy committee that is extremely diligent. These other towns have the same, and I think having a tax assessor come here on behalf of his select board in Hudson to tell us the situation on the ground in their town was just one example of those 153 towns that have made this decision. And I don't even think, Mr. Chairman, you told me that when you spoke against this in your town, it passed. Your perception was it shouldn't have passed, but it was voted on. So I'm not sure people there will even be happy if we pass this bill. So I will not be voting in favor of this because it really does undermine the way New Hampshire does government.
So back in 1975, when the solar exemption was first adopted under state law, conditions were much different. That was 50 years ago, and over 50 years ago. And back then, solar was seen, nobody really knew what solar was. I remember I went to Harrisville, New Hampshire back in the 1970s, where a small company right after the Arab oil embargo launched itself to build and deliver solar panels to the world. That company went bankrupt in about 6 months. But the thought back then was, maybe this will save our bacon as a nation, as a country. There was a much different perception back then than we have today. Today, we know how it works. We know what solar is. We know what it costs. We know who benefits from it. And we know that owning it is an obligation that one takes on your own, and you pay for the cost of owning it yourself. You don't ask your neighbors to pay for it too. That's just fundamentally unfair. And just because this law is over 50 years old doesn't mean it was right when it was passed way back when in 1975 or whatever. However, because we know what its effect is today, and we can see that a lot of people think it's unfair, it's, I think, the state's obligation to restore the fairness that the Constitution of our state requires. The Constitution specifically states that we should not prefer one class of men over another. It's clear constitutional language. And so this restores that value of the Constitution to the taxpayers of the state of New Hampshire. Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments, this seems to be a bit of a Dillon's Rule discussion, and I don't want to get up to that high level. My comments and questions really more revolve around, I think, what Representative Harrington was getting at, which is regressivity, the notion of the less affluent, less able to afford a full solar array are the ones that are subsidizing the fairly expensive solar arrays that are being installed by the more affluent. So to me, that's a question of fairness, and for that reason, I support the HB 1002. Thank you.
Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have solar panels, don't even have an electric car. but I am a sitting member of the Rochester City Council. I served several terms on City Council, and we have a whole host of enabling legislation that we've adopted. We've adopted the elderly, the blind, exempt. We have a fairly large veterans tax credit, and there goes favoring one man over another. It's not means-based. You can be wealthy, and you still got to get that $400 a year. But again, and this is beating us to death, but this is a local issue under local control. I come to represent my constituents from all classes. I am particularly aware of protecting the persons at the lower economic scale, and I want to keep taxes down. I'm a fiscal conservative, and I don't want to spend any more money than we have to. This exemption doesn't really impact the taxes, and I've had no one ever complain to me about it in the 20 years I've served the city. The city itself values solar. When we put up new buildings like the new school, the new public works, we put solar on the top because it saves taxpayer dollars. Now, we have to look at the benefit, the service. This is helping people put these solar units on their house, which will provide energy to all of us. And if you pass this, all you're going to do is reduce the systems that would be paying taxes. So it seems counterproductive to me. And as far as being a partisan issue, I sit next to a very Republican counselor who said to me, John, you've got to oppose this bill. So I don't see it as partisan. I just see it as common sense. Let people decide on their own issues locally. And so to me, it's a local issue, and it provides a benefit to the citizens of Rochester by providing a source of energy, which we know we're going to need. Thank you.
All right, I think we've all had a chance to express our opinion on this, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion about to pass on House Bill 1002.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Sabor Duchenier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Kaplan. Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, by a vote of 10 to 6, the committee adopts the motion about to pass on House Bill 1002. And Representative Bernardi will write the majority report for this legislation. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will. And I don't know, Tom, do you want to do it?
Who will write that?
I'll do it.
Okay. Representative McGee will write the minority report, and I need both those reports before the two of you leave here today. Okay, that concludes the executive session on House Bill 1002. Next, I open an executive session on House Bill 1542 relative to Renewable Energy Fund compliance payments, and I recognize Representative Nodder for a couple of motions.
Mr. Chairman, I move ought to pass and offer amendment number 2026-0241H.
Chair recognizes Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion about ought to pass as amended with Amendment 0241H. We'll first take up the amendment, and I'll ask Representative Nodder to explain this amendment to us.
Well, the amendment is what the original bill was supposed to be but there was an issue with the portal and there was mixed communications and it came out all wrong. And I don't know how it ended up getting to zero, but now this is what originally intended. And it's to do exactly what we did with Reggie. With Reggie, we have $1 that goes to the energy efficiency, and the rest is rebated back to the ratepayer. So as amended, 1542 will take those ACP payments and send the money back to the ratepayers. So saving money any way we can.
Representative Notter, I have a question for you. This looks eerily familiar to a bill we passed last year. Is that true?
I thought I put in the bill last year, but we couldn't do anything with it because the fund had been rated to put into the general fund. So this.
So that is correct. The bill went to Ways and Means, and they referred it to interim study because there was no money in the Renewable Energy Fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it is the same bill, it's just, but it has a different effective date, I assume.
July 1st, 2027.
Correct. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
All
what was
right.
the final disposition of that other bill?
It went to interim study. Ways and Means put it into interim study because the budget, HB2, took the money out of the Renewable Energy Fund, so there was no way to implement this bill, according to Ways and Means. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we adopt Amendment 0241H. Any discussion? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to bring up on this is that people need to understand that because this money is not going to, the Ultimate Compliance Fund is not going to fund new projects, it doesn't mean that you're going to get rid of the program itself as far as buying the value of the RECs. I mean, anybody that wants to can go out. There's all sorts of competitive suppliers in the state. We have community power now with a whole mess of different options. If people want renewable power, they can demand it and they'll get it. And if there's enough demand for people that want 50% or 100% renewable power, there'll be competitive suppliers who will go out there and have a portfolio set up where they're going out and buying renewable power. And in order to do that, they'll have to pay for the RECs. So it's not going to make the thing go away just because the alternate compliance payments have something done with it. This is a matter of choice. If people want to have renewable power, they still have all the options, just as many as out there before. The difference being is instead of the money going to the government to spend, it's going to go back to the ratepayers. Now, why is that important? Well, they have a much more aggressive renewable portfolio standard in the state of Massachusetts, much, much more. They spent, as we heard earlier, a lot more money from Reggie on energy efficiency. Eversource Massachusetts all-in rates are about, I think last I checked, about 35% higher than Eversource New Hampshire all-in rates. So spending all this money on energy efficiency and new energy projects and all that simply doesn't get you bang for your buck. You're not lowering rates by doing it. They spend, even on a per capita basis, probably way more than we do in New Hampshire, yet their rates are higher down there. So don't kid yourself into thinking giving the government more money to play with is going to lower electric rates, because it doesn't work.
Further discussion, Representative Corman?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the text of the bill, and I see that it just amends the current RSA. And I actually find myself a little confused about what happens to the money. It says the state treasurer, this is line 15 on page 1, the state treasurer shall invest the monies deposited therein as provided by law. Income received on investments made by the state treasurer shall be credited to the fund. All payments to be made under this section shall be deposited in this fund, and then any remaining monies paid into the fund under paragraph 2 shall be rebated to the taxpayers. So I'm just trying to figure out what is not rebated to the taxpayers and where does it come from? And it's just, I don't understand.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'd have to refer to paragraph 2 to understand that myself. Let me look it up.
I have that in front of me, and it's actually setting the rec values for the classes 1 through 4.
That's what section 2 does. Any remaining monies paid into the fund under paragraph 2 of this section. Oh, so basically what that says is that if there's anything left over, it goes, that's generated by ACP payments, it goes into this fund.
But I guess what I don't get is, all right, so if there's income received on investments made by the state treasurer, where are these investments coming from if the fund keeps getting sent back to the ratepayers?
When the money comes into the fund, it probably doesn't go immediately to the ratepayers. It probably sits there for a while, may accumulate some interest as a result. And so that's where the income would be.
So it'd be pretty small then.
It would be very small, I would think, yeah. I don't recall how often the money from Reggie gets transferred to ratepayers. I don't know if that happens monthly or semi-annually or annually. Does anybody back there have any idea? Representative Mr. Licata from Eversource.
I'll do my best. Memory's a little bit hazy on it, but it is the auction proceeds in excess of $1 are rebated back to customers through the stranded cost recovery charge. I believe that's, I'm trying to think if it's an annual or every 6-month filing, but we update that on a fairly regular basis. Again, I can't recall off the top of my head if it's annual or every 6 months based upon the revenues that the state receives.
I'm pretty sure it's not monthly.
Is it not monthly, no. I mean, they're quarterly auctions as well. So the, the revenues don't come in every month.
Representative McGee?
Since this
I'm
bill.
starting to think this was a mistake.
No. Well, since this bill has to do with alternative compliance payments, which you guys are currently obligated at a certain percentage to pay if you're not achieving that in terms of the percentage of renewables that you acquire for your default supply. Can you speak to us about the effects of this bill in terms of your understanding of how it would work?
So I have not seen the amendment.
Oh, you don't? There's a copy right
Apologies.
here if you want to take a look at it. But
I-
it doesn't zero out the alternative compliance payment as the original bill did. So I guess what I want to check is, my understanding is that that means that we would be operating as if that original version of the bill were not in effect. You would still be paying at the current rate of statutory language for alternative compliance payments. They wouldn't, your obligation wouldn't go to zero, right?
I can answer that, and the answer is yes. It would continue to operate as it has before, as it was before. Yep.
And then the second thing would be what is the contribution currently to the REF of Eversource ACP?
That I'll have to check on. I can do it pretty quickly. I can look at the most recent energy service rate filing, and we would have a cost associated with compliance of the RPS included in that.
You appreciate you answering our question. All right, further discussion on this amendment and this bill. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the amendment 0241H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson. Yes. Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Deschwanier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Kaplan. Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Hawken Phillips.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-16. 10-6, excuse me.
So by a vote of 10 to 6, we adopt Amendment 0241H. And now I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ought to pass as amended for House Bill 1542-FN.
1 second while I get my paper right. Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers.
Yes.
Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative Sabor and Deschwanier.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
Nope.
Representative Corman.
No.
Only one no.
Trying to get the button right.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
10-6.
By a vote of 10 to 6, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended by Amendment 0241H on House Bill 1542FN. And Representative Nodder will write the committee majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will, and Representative Corman will do it.
Representative Corman writes the minority report.
I have a
And I
question.
need both of those before you leave here today.
I have a question about that. Is electronically is that okay? I just sent it to you in an email. Is that sufficient or do you want it written out?
I don't care as long as I get it before you leave today.
Okay, I just already hit send, so.
Okay,
You have it.
that's fine. Okay. With that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 1542FN. Next, we'll open an executive session on House Bill 1738FN relative to ratepayer benefits from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. The chair recognizes Representative Harrington for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Thomas.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1738FN. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington for discussion.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward what we heard earlier. I know some people like Reggie, some people don't like Reggie, but the fact remains if we don't continue to keep up with the Reggie rules, allowances won't be sold in the auction. If they're not sold in the auction, we don't get the money. It's pretty simple. I think the number given was like $60 million we could lose. So I certainly hope everyone would go along with this. Because if we try to leave Reggie, we're just going to lose money.
As I recall, Director Wright told us earlier this year that Reggie generated $68 million in 2025. And the renewable portfolio standard cost us about $58 million in 2025. So Reggie actually paid for the renewable portfolio standard, which is kind of cool if you think about it. Further discussion. Representative McGee.
I don't really think there is further discussion because we have all discussed the fact that these are changes that need to happen in order for us to continue to stay as part of the program, and that is the least cost way forward. So I think we should just vote.
Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll as soon as he's ready, but he's not quite ready yet, so just hang in there. I have been given the blue sheet information about the bills we heard earlier today, and I will share that with all of you as soon as we finish this motion. So, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Mattson,
Yes.
Schneller,
Yes.
Representative Sabor DeSchwanier. Yes. Representative McGee. Yeah, yes? You
Said
did-
yes, yes.
Okay, I wasn't clear. Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips. Yes. Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Let's say 16-0.
By a vote of 16-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1738 FN. Because it is an FN, it cannot go on the consent calendar. Representative Harrington will write the report for the
No, we won't,
committee.
because he already has. You've got it
It's already in my inbox, okay?
already in your inbox.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr.
So with
Chairman.
that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 1738 FN.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Is there any way to find
Representative
out?
McGee.
Is there any way to find out if the FN that is on this is going to send it to another committee? Like, is there anything for anyone in finance to actually?
Do.
I think it might be that it shouldn't be on here, the fiscal note.
Well, that's not our responsibility, so what will happen is, if in fact there is no second committee work that needs to be done on this bill, the Finance Committee will refuse to take it. They'll vacate it, I think is the term they use, so.
Mr. Chairman, just a
Yes, go
quick
ahead.
reminder to people, we met with this is on the Republican side, we met with the Republican leadership in last fall on this, the people from DES and myself, and we explained the whole thing, so I don't think there's going to be any pushback from anyone. They should understand it, that if we don't go forward with the bill, it's going to cost us a lot of money.
Okay, thank you. All right, so before we wrap it up for the day, I want to remind everyone that due to the snowstorm on Monday, we have rescheduled Monday's activity for Thursday. So we will all be back here on Thursday morning, starting at, I believe, 9:30. And we will be in a different room, so don't come here. We'll be in room 158, which is downstairs. I haven't been to that room, so I'm not sure if they will have,
They don't have windows either.
they don't have windows either.
It may be cooler.
It may be cooler, but apparently they don't have windows either. So anyway, just want everybody to know that when you get here on Thursday, you go downstairs rather than here. Does anybody else have anything they want to bring to the attention of the committee? I just want to give a quick shout out of congratulations to Deputy Commissioner Chris Elms of the Department of Energy, who will be nominated tomorrow to be the chairman of the Public Utilities Commission, and I wish him well. I wholeheartedly will support Governor Ayotte in that nomination. And with that, I think we're done for the day, so thank you, everyone. We'll see you on Thursday.